Hello, everybody, and welcome to the party. Thank you for coming back with us for our third episode of A Call. Really appreciate you joining us today. Uh, Please remember to check out the Welcome to the Party site on Discord, where we have links below if you want to keep up to date on information and shows, and find out when to check out some other cool shows like the Dungeon Dark Days or New Atlantis, a Shadowrun campaign. Please check out our Twitter, which also more descriptions below. Otherwise, we would like to thank our sponsors, the Mistress of Maps, Devon Rue. Check out, she's got some really beautiful fantasy maps, and she is located at rueinc.com. Also, do you just like really awesome gaming loot? Well, then you should check out tabletoploot.com because they've got dice. They've got things to put your dice into. Did I mention they have dice, which is all that gamers truly need in life? Go check out. Thank you for all agreeing with me. I saw head shakes from my players here. All right. So, we're back. Thank you. Although we weren't here last week, we are here and ready to roll. Put my little note sheet there.
That's a pun.
I punned. I'm ashamed of myself.
Do we need a roll?
No, we don't. No, we don't. All right. So
Would that be psychic or blunt damage?
Psychic. Until you actually do the headbanging for yourself, and then it's the blunt damage. It's a twofold attack.
But under
Would you have to make?
Hey, we got some bits. Thank you to Grendig VA for another 500-bit cheer, which means that somebody gets advantage.
Oh yeah. Oh, Renessa,
And-
by the way.
Yeah.
You do have advantage from last game.
Last time we played, Renessa, who sadly was not here, but was gifted an advantage, so you still have that for the night, and you can use that at any time. And so, Grendig, are you giving advantage to Tarstan because you were congratulating him on his webcam?
Thank you.
And Tarstan
Weird.
also has advantage upon a roll of their choice.
Woo. I'm gonna mark that down.
Yes, please do. I do not guarantee my notes cover that.
That's why we make notes ourselves.
Thank you. All right,
Notes?
so
What are notes?
when last we left off on Call to Rising, because we've only had 2 episodes anyway, let's just do a full recap of our party of adventurers found themselves at the bottom of something known as a spear hole, surrounded by a couple of other dead bodies, but with their stuff, but no memory or reason to why they were in such a hole surrounded by dead bodies. After short investigation, they came across / were come upon by a small group of other escaped prisoners, apparently. Giles, Nate, and I've lost a name already. Damn it, we're only in episode 3 and I've lost a name. Reed!
Reed, Nate, and Giles.
Yes. Reed
I
the
got
halfling.
notes.
Thank you. Extra mental points for notes, because you just got advantage. I can't give you much.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's only so much you can do.
But the party, now along with Nate, all escaped the area, twist and turns through some caverns, defeat some undead, and then exited through the caverns into an area known as the Burnt Tundra, which you can see on your lovely little... Popping out on the Burnt Tundra, the area's got this weird grayish blue to the whole area. They started traveling back in the direction of specifically Denlit, which is south of Garon, where there is the Black Keep. Nope, this way. This way on.
I was just trying to move my map. Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. Heading just south of Tregaron to Denlit, where Giles is originally from, and where he has a base of operations to kind of help everybody out. Along the way, the party fought off a group of dust methods who had the fun ability to blind and to just throw dust and dirt around. But otherwise, the party was successful. They made it into Denlit and into the Red Udder. The Red Udder, which is the local tavern for the poorer farm folk where Giles has his little area. Pulled everybody together, was able to spirit Nate and Reed upstairs and out of the way, while he's working on new identification papers for them, as well as for the rest of the party because they were super helpful in getting everybody out. He has
We
offered this much.
survived.
Yes, he is offering this much off to you guys. But he admits they're not going to be done for at least a day, possibly two, because there's quite a few of you. And he's not actually trying to keep you guys here as so. You guys are welcome to explore the town, to go into Denlit, to go into Treegarin, which is just up ahead of it, and is only just given the warning to avoid the city guards, who are dressed primarily in black and purple, which was a question before.
To be fair, I don't think he'd find it easy to keep us as prisoners.
This is true.
Also true. Yes, he agrees with all this. His main statement was he wasn't keeping you there, though, so you're welcome to leave or stay if you wish.
Yep. He's pretty cool that way.
So,
Right.
you guys have some time. It's honestly like 7 o'clock in the morning. You've got this weird bit where you've been already going for 7 hours ish, but it's daytime. You could do whatever you want. What would you like to do in this little section of town, or to travel out on your own? There was at least one request because Mark unintentionally ripped Isabella's cloak for a
Nice.
trip to a tailor shop. But beyond that, Twitch had made mention of wanting to go out and see around the area as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you guys otherwise. What would you like to do? Or you mostly have the room to yourself as Reed has fallen asleep in the corner and Nate's just kind of being Nate for the moment. But you can discuss amongst yourselves what you guys would like to do.
Nate does have some dice that I am letting him use, so dice.
Yes.
So out of
Have we
character,
only slept that 1 hour so far?
Yes, you've only had a short rest. You have not had long rest yet.
I was gonna say I don't think we actually slept that hour.
Some people at least took a nap, but nobody's really
I'm gonna go look for sweets.
Is there a window in the room?
There is not a window in this.
Okay. So Twitch is gonna look a little nervous. And sort of tentatively question the other party members. Shouldn't we leave someone behind to keep watch here
Already out the door.
in case there's trouble?
I can stay. I want to rest anyway.
Go for it.
Okay.
Can
I
is
have
there a
some
way you can
stuff that I can help
signal
with.
us?
You talked over each other that even I couldn't.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Forgot what I said. So you go ahead.
I was asking your character if she had a way to signal us if something went wrong.
I'm going to look at my spells to see if she has any of that.
I know we did not use your second first level spell.
Okay. So, yeah, the only spells I have are Cure Wounds and Hunter. So, I don't have anything for that. And I got nothing. I could grab some random person and tell them to find y'all, but that wouldn't really help.
I mean, technically, you could probably just set the inn on fire, but that's out of character, and I'm kind of a pyro in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't set this place on fire.
It's very burnable. Primarily made of wood.
To be fair, the name is genius. I just can't get my 9-year-old brain past it.
Me too. Don't worry.
It is brilliant, though.
At this
So,
point,
Okay.
am I out the front door?
Have you
Yeah.
just completely walked outside? You went down the stairs and out the front door?
Yes.
Then yeah, you're outside the front door.
I'm about 3 steps behind her.
I'm still like being like, is it okay to leave?
You can leave
Should
if
I
you want.
stay?
Stay if you want. Leave if you want. It's okay.
So Twitch is twitchy.
Yes.
Fitting.
Should
Very
I
fitting.
stay or should I go?
That's a
Um,
All right. Well, you are downstairs and out. You're now into morning. It took enough time that you are actually starting to see people. As before, you were just beginning to see like the baker put out his bread like always, but now people are actually moving about the street.
The ungodly hour people are now meeting the regular hour people.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning is good to stay up till, but waking up is too early.
Yes.
I'm sorry. My 6 to 3 job would destroy you then.
I've done that. 6 to 3 is okay. I prefer like 3 p.m. to like 11. It just kills the whole gaming through the week.
Well, right now you're hanging out with the morning people. Unless you
You
would
know.
like to go join Vanessa, who's asleep up in or about to go to sleep.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
she's
hanging
gonna
out with the
do her
cool
tramp.
people, which is welcome to the party. So, no, I'm right behind a certain somebody who is very, very impatient.
I guess I'm gonna stay in the room with Renessa and the others.
All right. Yeah, Nate's just kind of like he's foodling around with the dice for a little bit. You can see he's also like he's a little similar to you right now in that he's not quite sure what to do. Reed is passed out, and is Renessa aiming to just fall right asleep?
Yeah, Renessa's gonna probably like just sit cross-legged on the floor and go into her trance because
Okay.
trance.
I guess I'll head over to Nate and ask if he wants to play some games.
Yeah, sure. I don't have anything to bet, but yeah, totally.
We don't need to bet anything.
All right. All right, you guys start playing some games along the way. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm proficient in dice sets, so
So you're really teaching him what to do, is what this is coming to. You're in that place where right now you are the equivalent of someone who knows how to play dreidel, and he does not know how to play dreidel, so you could just win on every hand if you want to.
yeah.
Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel.
Yep. Chin. All right.
It's a fun game.
But yeah, so you are welcome to correctly teach him, to incorrectly teach him.
I'll correctly teach him.
This is game 3. I make no judgments on anybody's characters. This is a learning experience on Twitch.
I judge, but I judge them awesome. So,
There you go. You guys start playing. So we will then cut to the street folk. Street folk, otherwise known as Mark and Isabella.
Okay. So, first things first. Since I saw the baker was putting out the bread, I'm going to go start looking for a sweet shop. Because if the bakers have bread out, there has to be a sweet shop with fresh sweets.
Make an investigation roll. Yeah, for the first roll of the night.
Ooh.
The thing with sweets is you need a source of sugar.
considering it's a small town, there may or may not be a sweet shop.
Shh, there's always a sweet shop.
It's magic. There's always a sweet shop.
You say investigation?
Yes, investigation.
Okay, glad I double checked my modifier, because that would have been horrible if I did not. I almost did it for insight, which are 2 different numbers. I got a 10.
All right. You start walking around, looking about. You're in this place where you're like, not really supposed to be talking to people. So you're just looking around at stores. You definitely see breads and everything, but you're having a problem finding anything sweet that you finally are just like, right, I'm gonna have to ask somebody. And a quick word to a passerby points out that Mark was right. There just aren't any in this section of town. You have to start heading in a little bit further to really find anything that's sweet.
Okay.
You're in the low class area. You need to at least move to middle class, if not higher.
I will remember my ripped robe. Robe. And I'm like, okay, do I know about where I am from the tailor?
Oh, that was back from where you started? Yeah, you've shuffled around that you're a few minutes away, but you can mostly get back to it.
Okay, I will make my way towards the tailor, but on my way, I will see if I can recognize any symbols from my background.
Ah, okay. Roll. I want a second investigation.
19.
Much better. Yeah, you're looking around, seeing if there's anything that kind of piques your interest or anything, and you're really not seeing very much. It's not. You do the quick little pass by back to the best way for you to get to that tailor shop that you remembered from before was for you to basically head back to the Red Udder. And as you're going that way, you do see that on the sign, despite that it is called the Red Udder and has a picture of like a red cow head on it, or really, excuse me, a red and udder on it as part of the sign, that there is a strip of green cloth that is hanging down next to it, which you remember Giles mentioning that he was part of the green sashes. So you realize like this is the real only first sign that you've seen of anything. And in this little area that you're at, that's the only thing you've noticed.
Okay. Good to know.
But you keep going a little bit further towards the edge where you were before, and you see the sign again that is almost like a spool of thread. Not extremely well made, it's more engraved onto it, but you can see it. As well as the sign, the steady thread.
Sounds good to me.
I would think you'd want a steady needle rather than a thread, but okay.
You know, just because you could come up with cooler sounding shop names than I can does not mean that you have to point it out.
It's a cool name. I was just making a joke.
Oh, I've got a name for the sweet shops that are like worldwide. The Wyvern's Beard.
That's a pretty good one. I feel like I came up with a better one for the possible sweet shop. Not that I knew you guys were looking for that, nor is there one planned somewhere, sometime.
When
I thought I told you I wanted a sweet shop.
You totally did. I'm trying to make a joke.
when
That's like, wait.
when playing with my Friday group, or what was my Friday group, every tavern, like good tavern, was the Wyvern's Beard, and every like knockoff was like the Wyvern's Toupee.
There you go.
So
No,
just this,
The answer is there's always a prancing pony somewhere in the world.
basically.
Yeah. But right now you're in front of the steady thread, not needle thread.
I'll just like to make out that the whole time Isabel is like hung on, like the couple's like holding onto Mark's arm as we walk around.
Yeah, you are definitely making a slight noticeable impression with that, as most other people around here are clearly going from a place to another. There's not so many couples at the break of dawn morning.
She's
Adorable.
tired. She don't care.
Half her body weight's on the arm where he doesn't actually care. It's not exactly new.
There you go. This is old habit for you.
It's her comfort.
He's actually pretty happy that her little sister isn't around at this point in time.
So that means you have one arm free.
Yes, precisely.
It's the small things that we take happily and... Yes. Would you like to
Also
enter?
less,
Yes.
also less bickering.
Yep, because you're all mine.
Yeah, you push open. It's a pretty basic wooden structure. Nothing terribly fancy. You see, though, that these are not glass windows. These are just, like, shuttered windows. So, clearly not, again, a high-end area. But going inside, you see that there is a small, basically, rack area where there are a bunch of preset out clothes of some small sizes, some medium sizes, a couple of large, all basic trousers, shirts, pants, dresses. There's one or two very fancy hats, which seem very out of place here, that have some very brightly colored feathers sticking out of them. Nothing sparkly, but like ribbons and feathers are the main bit to them. And you see that there is a small table off to the side where there is a gnome sitting at, a female gnome.
Was there a bard through here recently?
The gnome kind of looks up at the two as answering and goes, Bard? No, not that I recall.
Pointing toward the hats.
Those are my prize and joys. And she gets off of her little stool and she walks over to the area and she puts down a little walking stool and gets up and takes out one of the hats and she goes, This is a fine hat that can be worn to a fine event. Or just on a fine, pretty head. And she kind of gestures towards Isabella. Do you not agree that this would be a beautiful thing to wear?
Takes the hat, puts on Isabella.
Yes, it looks so wonderful. Oh, wait. And she, like, gets off the stool and starts running back over towards her table. And she comes out with the smallest of mirrors that she comes over with. And she, like, pulls the stool over a little bit and stands up and, like, tries to appropriate, like, size around so that way Isabella could see the hat.
I'm just doing that whole, like...
So cute.
Not really a hat person. Tends to get in my way of work.
Yeah, that's fair. So,
you see a slight drop in, like, the happiness level, but then she's like, Of course, I'm so sorry. And she, like, pushes the stool back up and gets up and just pulls the hat right off your head and, like, moves the stool back over and puts it back on it.
we do have some work for you if you're up for it.
Oh, of course. I am Lady Anya. This is my shop. How may I be of service to you?
I will show her my ripped robe and be like,
Oh.
and I'll just gently, like, do the whole hit on the arm, be like with the backing hand, just like, and this person decided to rip my favorite cloak.
Well, that is a shame. An absolute shame. And she, like, kind of, like, gets up a little bit more and hustles with it for a second to see how badly it is. But it is on the seam, so it'll be an easy fix. Very, very easily done. Do you want this done today?
Preferably.
I believe I can squeeze this in today, yes.
If you can do it today, I will give you a bonus.
Well, of course it can be done today, then. Yes, take it off.
I'll take it off and hand it to her.
Like, puts it over her arm, and she's like, she, like, gets off the stool, pushes it away with her foot, and then walks it over. She is, like, taking care to keep your cloak off the ground. And she puts it down on her table over there, and she goes, yes, for a job quickly done, and for very fine cloak. I will pull out my best thread for it to be similar to your color. I believe a silver shall cover.
Beautiful.
Excellent. May I have a name down?
Mortem.
Mortem. She takes out, like, a very small little piece of paper that has a little bit of like chalk mark on it that she quickly rubs out, puts down Mortem, and pins it to it. And she goes, "Yes, I will have this. No time."
Should we come back at a particular time, or
Oh, and she like kind of like looks out toward through the shutters a little bit, and she goes, I can easily have this done by noon, by midday."
thank you?
Yeah.
That's very appreciated.
Very much. And do reconsider the hats.
We'll think about it. If nothing else, we will pass it along that you have some of the best hats.
Yes.
So that
That.
takes care of what I really wanted.
All right, that part is done. Returning back to Twitch. You feel that Nate now well understands the principles of the game.
Okay.
Between all the walking and the looking for sweets and being unable to find sweets and then returning back, it's only been about an hour for you guys by the time that you're leaving the steady thread. That
Right.
you have just been there for like an hour at least. Like
Okay.
he's kind of got the game down. Nessa's napping, and you know it's not napping, but it's the equivalent of nap.
I'm going to pull out a bag of ball bearings,
Okay.
hand him 10, and go, let's start with these for betting.
All right. Like holds him over, and it's like, all right, I got this. All right. So the high wins, right?
Yeah.
All right.
We got this.
Gonna steal somebody else's game here. All right. Oh, how do we do this without us seeing it? Tree, do you actually have dice nearby? You can say no.
No, but I can get some. It might take a bit.
Now, I will promise you no cheating in this, and that I have hidden the roller from my view right now.
I was gonna say, do you want like me to roll
No, it's
and him?
no, because it's Twitch that's playing the game.
Yeah.
I'm pulling out my dice for a second here.
Oh,
I'm gonna steal a game from Mr. Matthew Mercer here.
My dice are all at home, so
We're gonna
most of them
start
are perfect.
by rolling a d8.
Okay.
All right, you have your first number. With this number, you will now make a bet.
Okay.
Nate looks at his dice, like kind of hiding behind the thing, and pushes forward one ball bearing.
I'll push forward one ball bearing.
All right, so you're matching him.
Mm-hmm.
He's eyeing you right now. You get the sense he's trying to read you, try to figure you out. All right, now take for me a d6.
Okay. And roll that.
Yep. You will be adding that number. Have to move the roller a little bit because it popped up a little higher than I thought it was going to there. That now you have two numbers, which you will add together.
Okay.
Nate looks at his numbers, hiding them to the side. He pushes one more ball bearing ahead. All right. I will raise you one.
I'll push 2 in.
Twitch, by the way, your first roll on your D8 messed up.
I'll bet.
I can't see. I closed the roller out.
Wait,
Yeah.
it did?
Yeah, because of that slash, instead of rolling a
Oh.
D8, it just put in 1.
Oh.
You should re-roll your d8 then, and then add this new number to your old number, or to yeah, you got me there.
Okay.
Add the 6 and the 8 number together.
Okay.
All right.
How do you know it was a 6 and 8? Yeah, I don't really. I've got the thing closed too, so.
Neat is kind of like looking you up and down, down. Matches your 2. All right. Last one. We're gonna
Wait.
he matches your second ball bearing.
Okay.
So now you both have put in 3.
Okay.
Okay. Finally, we're gonna take a d4.
Okay.
Watches carefully. All right. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. You could raise.
Gonna push one more in.
He pushes 2 more in. Yeah. I got this.
Okay, push one in.
All right. What is your grand total?
14.
Oh shit. I had a 6. I rolled a 1 on the d8. He was doomed from the beginning. I got 1, 3, and 2 were my numbers.
Yeah. 6, 4, and 4.
You know, I don't think I get this game as well as I thought I did a few minutes ago, but this is fun. Yeah, this is fun. As like he's cleaning it up and he's just like taking the 10 back. Even before anything can be said about this. Giles comes inside and he has this look of surprise. I wasn't expecting anyone to still be up here. Well, minus I don't want to know what you're doing. As he's just pulling all the ball bearings together. I guess then. All right. I was gonna. He really has this where he's thinking of how to put something and keeps stopping and looks a little nervous for a moment. I guess, yeah. Do you give me a hand?
I just figured it'd be safer if some of us stayed here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're fine. Again, I'm not gonna tell you where you can't go. I felt that there was a 50-50 that you guys were all just gonna leave. So I was just completely wrong or right, considering half of you have left.
Yeah.
But
how long has this been since we left the tailor?
Only since you guys have left the tailor. This is happening right about when you're leaving, so.
Okay.
Yeah. This is that Simo time.
Alright, just want to make sure.
Yep, you're fine.
Rather not assume.
Yeah. I guess I was gonna. This is an okay time to move Reed and Nate to a slightly safer spot. That's not where they're gonna want to run around. Do you mind giving a hand with Reed?
Sure.
All right. Reed has just been passed out this whole past hour. I can't get the dice back into the damn little bin. There we go. And he's a small halfling. He's very easy to pick up.
Okay.
All right. Giles kind of does the motion over, also realizing that Renessa now is just tranced. He honestly just thought she was sitting there for a moment, not fully recognizing. She'll be fine here, alone for a few moments. Cool.
I hope so.
Yeah, this is everything should be fine here. It's the bar is empty right now for the in between time, so he motions over again, and you follow him he goes back downstairs. The bar area is completely empty, and motions for you to follow him back in towards the kitchen.
Okay.
Down in the kitchen, you see that there's a small trapdoor for a root cellar, which he goes under with and like doesn't quite push Nate ahead of him, but is like, go on.
Okay.
Getting Nate downstairs, and it is a very small root cellar, but you see that from the way that the shelves are already, that it has been left open and that there is a secret door behind one of the shelves, which ends up going actually below the bar area, where you can almost see the wood floors like above you here. And that it is a small, kind of like Hobbit home kind of feel, where it's got a enclosed, partially not wood wall, dirt walls around it, a little bit of like a sitting area, and he motions over where there's like 2 or 3 cots on the side, and kind of like does a quick motion over of like, you can put Reed over there. It is well lit, that you can see that on a general table that there are a bunch of small little paper booklets out, and a lot of, he's got like 3 different color ink vials there with a quill, that there is some chests around, and you can see some of the torn, dirty prison garb that was over there before is like thrown in a corner of this area. You get the decent impression this is his actual hidey hole. Kind of like looks at Nate and he's like, now stay and don't break anything. Like, okay. You still got like the dice with him and the little ball bearings, like effect. Yes. Yeah, you want to hang down here with me, you can. I'm just working on all of the papers, and he makes a motion over towards the pile of papers over on his side. Otherwise, it's a mix, like enter, exit is best at low times, or at least only 1 or 2 people. So getting him down here while I could is good. But if you need to return up to your friend,
yeah. Do you need any help down here?
how good are you at forgery? He actually raises like an inquisitive eye to this now. That
So out of character, what kind of check would forgery be?
there is something called a forgery kit. It is a tool proficiency.
Okay.
Almost.
I do not have that.
All right.
I am proficient in deception, though. So
Yeah, like, you've got some of the skills. You're just not like particularly great at matching somebody else's. So you could try. You would just be low on bonuses. Like you wouldn't get a proficiency bonus.
I haven't really done much before, but
Yeah, I got enough supplies if you want to try one. Not gonna stop you. I'll stop you at 2 if you're really bad at the first one, though.
okay.
Yeah, like motions over. Like he looks actually at a second at the table, and then is like goes over, grabs another chair for you. This is honestly also more uncomfortable for you than the upstairs is, as it's a little lower on ceiling. Your head is actually touching the top of the wood right now.
Yeah.
Is the head or the ears?
I'll put the halfling down in a cot and then join him.
Yeah. If you would like to try it one, you can make for me a roll with I can pull the roller back out now and actually look at this thing. A roll with dexterity added to it. Just dex.
Okay.
He pulls out, and you see that it's like this little, not a booklet, it is just a almost cardstock feel that's folded over, and it has writing on one side, writing on another. Most of it you don't fully understand, but it is, or you understand the words to it. It states name, residence, occupation to it. It has some fancy terminology. It's got the fancy lawyer terminology to it, which seems really out of place in this whole area, but that's what it's got.
Wait, is this a dex roll? Did you say dex?
Yes,
Or-
dex modifier.
Okay.
Is that correct, or is it supposed to
Yes.
be? Okay.
I was just like thinking about it for a moment, being like, wait, to do writing? But
Ye-
okay.
Yeah, it's you are copying, like, he has shown out this one, and he's like, just copy as much as you can, and starts
Okay.
going through it. And you've got all the words right. You know you've got all the words right to it, but it's like tiny writing, especially when it gets to the lawyer sections that have like a pre-filled out spot for them, and you're just not following along with it very well. You start going through it to the other side, and after a little bit, there's this moment where he's just like, yeah, no.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is a bit tougher than I thought it might be.
if it is a skill that is learned and can be taught if you're interested, but you don't have it right now. This would not be good.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Like, he honestly like looks like he feels bad about telling you this, and finally just goes to your shoulder and does the pat pat pat.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going to cut back to the end of the tailor shop. Isabella and Mark. What did you guys want to do upon leaving? There may be muting going on. I don't hear anything from either of you.
Anyways,
There we go.
I'd like to take another look at those.
Oh, yes. And like, she brings the stool back over, she puts it up, and she actually brings down both of the hats this time. The difference between the two of them is one looks slightly more fedora-ish, one looks slightly more like wide brim. Both of them have very large feathers sticking out of them. The fedora-ish one has more of a white feather sticking out of it, and like white ribbon and a little bit of blue ribbon on it, while the larger brim one has like red crimson feathers on it and ribbons to match.
I will take the fedora one and try it on.
Uh-huh.
And I will take the crimson red one and put it on Mark. Let's see how it looks.
Honestly, it looks very silly on top of him because it is an outlandish hat. And on you, it looks slightly outlandish, but not like terribly outlandish. This was clearly, at least with a feminine mind, is what it was going for. But it's still outlandish.
I love it.
I will.
I think we got you back.
Okay, I'm back. Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
All that you have missed so far
But
is that Isabella has turned towards the hats upon leaving and picked up the one of the two, which was a whiter one, and placed it on her head, and picked up the red one from before and placed it on your head.
Okay. Just okay.
I'll look at her and be like, how much for both?
Oh, well, they are a little fancy, and I've put a lot of hard work into them. You must understand.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yes.
I don't want
Yes.
to deprive you of your trade.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes. They are about for both of them. I would say I could part with it for 10 gold.
I'll look at her for a second and be like, act like I'm thinking this over really. Since I'm getting both, could we do 9 gold?
That seems very fair. Yes.
So I'll do 9 gold. And
She-
I'll hand over the 9 gold.
She lights up. Like, she has that slight aghast, I have never made this much money in any sale in my life kind of light up. Thank you, miss. This is very nice, and it is absolutely lovely on you. Yes, and on you. It is a mighty fine hat. Yes, it is.
I will not tell anyone what my gold is at now. Let's just say I had 78 gold, and I just paid 9.
Yes. She takes it and she rushes back over to her little table area and she does a not extremely subtle, trying to hide it away kind of thing. And she goes, yes, if you arrive back before midday, I'm positive I will have this done. Even yes, I am certain of that. Allow me to. I'm going to get working on that right away. Turns, goes a little bit back behind an area that has a quick little curtain, and you hear a little rustling, and she comes back out with a small container that has a few rolls of thread in it, and she's looking through.
Okay, so I need to mark those down in my. I'm wearing the fedora at this point.
Well, I mean, Mark technically still has a fancy red sunbrim hat with a bunch of red ribbons and feathers on it. I feel like Hammer might have gotten stuck again, but when he returns, he is the fanciest of Tarstans.
Right.
It's through a phone, so it's kind of
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you're talking all the time because it looks like it gets stuck. So just in case it doesn't, be very vocal when we're not hearing you.
I think he's just shutting off his camera.
That's a possibility.
Okay. There we go. I've got my phone going.
I'm just gonna pop up your little picture then. Boop, boop. There we go.
Fancy fedora. Okay.
Hey, I do have a camera.
Oh! I apologize, I
camera.
misunderstood. Pop. Oh, your face is gonna be very small on Twitch, and I apologize for that. Cool.
At least I can hear you.
Yes. I just have to pop your volume a little bit more too.
I now have a fancy fedora.
You do. You have a fancy fedora.
Yeah, that much I caught. I just couldn't. It kept cutting. It was just
That's alright. This is why things are a work in progress. The internet.
This is our technical difficulty for today.
Hopefully so.
Yeah,
Knocked
and
on
you
wood.
have.
Oh,
What was that?
I like how the knocking affected your lights in real life. If we can do this, that is amazing.
That was weird.
Renessa has the power.
all the power.
And Mark has a fancy hat.
And Mark also
And I
has a
got
fancy
dark
hat.
I mean, it's a little small. Oh,
Casually do
have
not know
this.
where my fedora is.
There you go.
I'll have to get it for next session.
There you go. If you're gonna keep wearing the fancy hat, then you'll need a fedora.
It actually has a feather in it.
Hey, it's like this was meant to be. Oops.
And I called it macaroni.
you can go and Yankee Doodle.
There we go. Here's my.
I think I'm just gonna limit it to voice,
That's fine.
and at least until I can plug it in.
You're right. I'm just gonna pop your Tarstan figure up on the stream. Boop. There we go. Hey, hearing you and being able to interact with you is the most important part.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that didn't take very much time from you guys, and unknowing to you, Twitch is working very hard on something right now, so what would you like to do?
Did we see like a blacksmith?
In the little bit of
Or-
time you spent looking for a sweet shop, no. But when you're outside, you can definitely see a larger bit of smoke up ahead that you get a decent, idea of where there is one.
All right. And did we see like a general market area?
General market?
Yeah, like where there would be
Yes, you
probably
saw
like your.
you saw people setting up one and starting to
Right.
interact in a market area.
I
It's
would
more
like-
of a street. It's just a
That's what I'm
long
saying.
street accented where there's some shops on both sides and a lot of people setting up stalls.
That's what I was like a general area then. Head that way.
All right. It only takes you a short walk. You do see as you start actually getting in towards a more thoroughfare area that you have now seen the first real people who are dressed in black and purple. And it is slightly noticeable as they have a full black sort of look with a little bit of purple vest almost. But they are wearing mainly, you could tell, leather armor of some sort. Most of them have you see two small groups of them that most of them have short swords or clubs with them. Nobody really seems to have shields, although one of them has a crossbow slung across their back.
Okay,
So
I
some
will.
sort of guard or
You are cutting in and out on your volume.
so some sort of guard or police, you will.
Yes, you were warned by Giles that you had asked specifically a little bit about the government and the military of the area, and he had spoken about that the guards for the kingdom wear black and purple when they are for the king and queen. Or for
Alright,
more
I
the
will-
military.
I will take the hats we just got
Mhm.
and try to carefully put them in my backpack without. See if I can remove the feather possibly without breaking it.
Yeah, it takes a little bit. So, you have to do it kind of carefully, but you're able to remove the feather from it.
Yeah, and then put it in my back, and then put them both in my backpack, just so that way I'm not. Hey, I got a fancy hat with a fancy feather.
Actually trying to make yourself a little unnoticeable. Good plan. Yeah, you're able to do that.
Feather is slightly in my hair though.
Alright.
Just you can't really tell if it's a quill or whatever, but it's there.
Yeah, you got them out. They're not particularly it doesn't look like they're stopping people. It doesn't look like they're doing anything particular, but they are in groups of two. There's one group of two, one group of three that are just kind of milling around at the moment, occasionally giving somebody a look here or there, but they're not actively patrolling anything that you know, or actively working on anything.
So since this is a big area with a bunch of stall stuff, would these be the D&D equivalent of a mall cop?
No, it would be more the equivalent of a flea market where the guys in charge of the flea market walk around to make sure things are okay. You haven't actually hit mall cop yet.
Okay.
Darn, no segue.
Nope.
I expect a segue being pulled by little pigs or something.
I mean, isn't that similar to Tensor's floating disc?
Could be.
Yes.
Depends how high you've got it off the ground. And
Just
how
barely
how much weight you are.
Paul Blart.
Enough to be on it without problem.
It can hold 500 pounds. How heavy are these dudes?
Hey, Goliath.
Plate mail?
Turtles are up there in weight too.
Yes.
Dwarves and plate mail.
Dwarves and plate mail. There's a couple. I'm just saying it can happen. It depends.
Okay, so I will just kind of browse, see what there is.
Oh, looking around, this says a lot of general basic stuff. There's a couple of people who are doing produce and meat who have food products. This time of morning, starting to get a little late. Roll an investigation for me.
Yeah, because I'm going to start heading toward food.
11.
Yeah, you're like hanging around. Oh, and Mark, then, if you would also like to make an investigation for me.
I will try.
Your rolls are very hit or very miss.
Oh, it's more of, do I have the connection to do
Oh, I apologize. If you need for us to roll for you, because you did actually warn, and I just vaguely forgot right then.
I got it. Do you know your modifier?
Nope, Mark's got it.
Yay, it worked. So, no, I'm just working my way toward food.
Yeah.
So.
Then there are people who are selling slabs of meat. Like, there is a butcher about who is prepared to try to hawk on you very many cow products. You sense a lot of beef in this area. And, like, they are willing to tell you everything that you can do with a beef tongue. And how wonderful it is if you slice it very thinly.
He's more interested in steaks, like strip steaks and such. I would say our equivalent of New York strips, but they don't know what New York is.
I got what you're saying there. But really, the tongue. There are so many wonderful things that you can do with this. You just hit somebody who is, like, for a little while, really trying to convince you that they have what you need. You just don't know it.
If you don't have steaks, then I guess I'll look elsewhere.
Like, he tries to push it on you one more time, seeing your complete distaste. And then he's like, well, we've got some lovely loins. Some lovely beef loin. He pulls out some a little bit closer now to what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you have a real foodsy background that I don't remember?
Oh God, no.
I'm making sure.
Yeah, it's more of I'm used to military food, so it's like I'm not sure if that's a good steak or not, but it looks tasty.
Oh yeah, he is willing to sell to you what is basically a large chunk of meat that would definitely feed probably all of you, like all four of you. Maybe even, depending upon the size of his cut, could very easily also feed the halfling Giles and Nate.
Well, my plan is to get enough food for all of us to have a decent meal.
What are you defining as all of you? That's what I'm actually trying.
Giles and everyone that's been traveling.
Yeah. You could very easily get a good chunk of meat for everybody for a gold.
Okay.
Not a bad price.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's also going to look into bread and fruit, sort of.
Some good fare.
Yes.
Yeah.
A well-rounded
It's better
meal.
than prison food, for example.
Well-rounded meal.
Yes.
Yeah, there. You have been passing by bakers and everything all morning, and Isabella's been hitting up quite a few of them looking for something tasty and sweet. And you have that moment where you're like, Isabella, where you're pretty sure that you found somebody who is selling something. It's taken you for quite a while. And they have the equivalent of, like, sugar cookies, shortbreads. Or they had the equivalent of shortbreads and they sold out a little while.
Oh,
How long
I
would
just
it
hit my
take?
hand. Oops.
Okay, let me do this. How long would it take you to make some more of these?
Oh, well, we're already working on some more. It'll just be a bit longer for anything to be done.
Okay, how much do you normally sell them?
They're about a silver apiece.
Okay, let me rephrase. How much for the batch?
2 gold for 20.
Okay.
Are you pre-buying out the rest of their
I'm
shortbreads?
buying up their batch of sugar cookies.
Oh, thank you. We are, you see, it's like a little stall area that's been set up, and it's got
Mm-hmm.
above a little sign that is a honey pot that says we are the Honey Dip, and
Mm-hmm.
we are down the road several blocks and on the left. Just follow the sweet aroma of the honey, and you will surely find it. You are being told by a little halfling.
There's a lot of halflings in this town.
Last one
I'm
was a
saying that
gnome.
out of-
Want to make
okay,
sure.
fair. There's a lot of short people in town. How about that?
There you
That's
go.
out of character.
There you go.
Nothing against short people.
Hearing this, I am like angry walking, just like head down, marching to that spot, going, I'm getting my sugar cookies.
Grabs your arm. What time is it?
It is well before midday, and you feel like you've
Mhm.
only been out from the inn for like an hour or two.
Okay.
It is not.
Izzy, let's take a walk around. We got some time to kill.
And you start walking around. We will head back over to Twitch, who has just been told some sad news that their art project is not up to par.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, Giles kind of like looks over, and again, he's like, you can sense this like awkwardness coming from him of him telling you didn't do good, being like, I mean, you can like look over my shoulder as I do mine if you want to try to pick it up a little bit.
I might just go back to trying to teach Niles how to play dice.
Yeah, like Nate this whole time has just been like rolling dice. Make a perception.
$19.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, you catch that like before when he was just rolling and he was letting the dice roll and everything. You see now that he's like sitting over there and he's like doing this quick twist of the wrist and everything. He is figuring out how to not precisely roll dice anymore, except to drop them how he wants them to drop.
He's figuring out the system.
He's kind of figuring out the system, which is something you do kind of know can be done. It is a sleight of
Yeah.
hand thing.
He's a smart cookie.
How
I'm
many
planning on
of
taking him
my
with
ball
us.
bearings does he have currently?
He still has your 10.
Okay.
You only gave him 10, the rest you kind of kept on your own.
Okay. Well, like I was betting from my pool, so.
I'm planning on taking him with us.
He shall be our mascot.
I guess I'll go over and play some games with him.
Do you want to play again?
Sure.
Hold on, as I hide again the dice roller on my screen and pull back out my dice. We start with a D8. If you do not like your roll, you can try a sleight of hand to re-roll.
This game this time around.
I can see the gears turning.
Okay.
Are you going to try
I'm going
it?
to attempt a sleight of hand.
Okay, I am going to roll a D20, only because I can't pull up the roller and not see what you roll, for his
okay.
perception. What did you roll for your sleight of hand?
A 6.
Nate kind of looks up at you, gives you a good wink, as he sees like you doing this, but re-roll your die. He's not saying anything. He just kind of like nods at what you're doing.
I saw what you did, but keep going.
Okay.
All right.
Nate is wonderful.
All right, now roll a d6.
The D6. Okay.
Do you want to again try to sleight of hand?
No.
Are
I'm
you-
still only putting forward 1.
All right. Oh, yeah, sorry. I totally forgot the betting part before. I got distracted by the fun part of this thing. He for the first round put up 2.
Okay, I'll match him.
All right. So after rolling your d6, he's going to push up another 1. So it's got 3 on his side right now.
Okay. And then 3 on mine.
Okay. And for the last one, the d4.
I'm going to attempt to reroll.
Oh, what is your roll?
A 7.
All right. Like, as you're doing this, he's like nodding and he's like, I got this game now.
Your luck continues, apparently.
And he pushes forward another 2. So there's 5 on his side right now.
Okay. I'll push 3.
Okay. So
So there's
now
6.
there's 6. He looks. Gonna try an insight check on you.
Okay.
See how well you're
And
bluffing. So you would roll a deception
Deception?
on yours.
16.
All right. He looks. He puts forward 2. So now there's 7 on his.
I'll match.
All right. What is your total?
11.
14. He like smiles really brightly and he's like, I got this game now.
Okay.
I got a 5, a 5, and a 4. Although
That'll work.
I totally rerolled the first one. You just did not mention to me if you were making a perception back. But I was checking on the second one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like
So now that he's sort of understood and he's got, what is that? So now he has 17.
he has your ball bearings because he mopped it up to 7. So yeah, 17.
Okay. I'm going to pull the bag of ball bearings out of my bag
Uh-huh.
now and just place it down next to me.
Yeah.
It's a bag of 1,000 minus his 17.
Hey, I've got my camera back.
Are we gonna try with your camera now?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, I'm just lowering your picture then.
Wait.
Oops. Oh, doesn't help if I lock it.
Nate is
Part of my issue with my phone is it was actually at 5%.
There we go.
Hmm.
All right. We try again this way. So you want to keep playing with them for a while?
Yeah.
All right. We will do an overall roll for the game in a little bit, depending upon kind of how long do you want to keep going.
Mm-mm.
And is there anything you'd like to talk to him about while you're gambling?
Besides,
Besides gambling.
I guess just sort of like the area, what his life was like before he was imprisoned.
All right. Yeah, you easily get part of Nate's backstory as he's fine like talking with you about everything of that his parents died kind of early from just sickness and being overworked, and that he was in jail for being a pickpocket. Which is, you're guessing why he's pretty good with dice after a little while and getting that all done.
Yeah.
But that he is originally from an area called Learyburg, which is on your map, but that they tend to toss most people out this way
Okay.
for most sorts of crimes after a while. He does tell you a really interesting story, though, as like you're going on, of how you're just like, you're gambling for a while, you're going through things, and he's like, yeah, I mean, the actual roughest night I ever had was when I had to like sleep at the clock tower. Just because I couldn't find another place to go.
I'll be right back. I gotta take out my contacts. They're giving me a migraine.
Okay.
Could you repeat that? Like, Discord glitched and like you said it all at once.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, the hardest night I actually ever had was the night I had to sleep in the clock tower. Yeah, that was rough. I wasn't actually sure if I was going to be alive the next day, but I did, so that was good.
why I didn't
What's up with the
name.
clock tower there?
Oh, yeah, you don't know the cursed clock of Learburg. Nobody goes in there. The guards don't even guard it anymore because most people who go in there die.
Challenge accepted.
How was your night there?
It was weird. Everything's clicking and clanking. Kind of hid myself up in a corner. There, most of the inside's just like gears. I wasn't dumb enough to try to go up the ladder. I just stayed next to one of the statues, so the thing like staring at me all night long. Really creepy.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. But like the whole area just ticks and clicks and makes noises and got that rusty metal smell to it. I mean, at least it felt safe for the night because nobody goes in there. But at the same time, oh no, there's been a lot of stories of people going up in there trying to break the thing down and they all die or go crazy before they even get in. Yeah,
And you said there was a statue?
yeah, the inside has got like these statues and figurines and things. I mean, this clock is huge and you can see it from the outside, but the guy who built it apparently went crazy and killed himself, and the whole thing is haunted or cursed or both.
Sounds interesting.
People try to go in there and they never come out. Oh, I was super worried about going in there, but I mean, it was the only safe place right then.
Yeah, I doubt people would follow you in a place like that.
Oh yeah, no, but I didn't want to go in.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise you get a little bit of like his backstory in his life.
How long has it been since like they all left and I decided to take my trance? Please.
So far it's been almost 3 hours. So really your trance has got 2 more hours to it if you want the full rest.
Yeah, because it's full 4 hours for basically 8 hours sleep.
Yeah, the way that elves work, or how I've interpreted elves working, is that you have to be the equivalent of unconscious for 4 hours. And then for 4 more hours, you can, like, do extra light work and have no issues whatsoever. So you can take that extra guard, or you can work on skills even longer.
Great.
Is there
You
a
can
thing
basically do stuff around.
by
Yeah. Yeah, trance is weird because the way it's described in Player's Handbook is just like you don't need sleep, but you meditate semi-consciously for 4 hours a day.
Yeah, so like
That you dream sometimes if you want to.
yeah, so you don't dream very often. You were kind of aware at one point that people moved around, but you didn't feel threatened. You clearly weren't hurt. It's been quiet now
My
since
dreams
then.
have Mark in them.
I'm just kind of like thinking of when the 4 hours are up and she kind of goes to wake up of like no one's there.
Yep, it's gonna be great.
It's gonna
I'm
be
super
fun.
excited.
I'm totally hyped. Just wanted to double check to see how long it's been.
Yeah, we're slowly approaching the 3-hour mark. But I vaguely saw your lips move, Tarson. I'm not sure if I could hear anything or if that was not.
So, how's that?
That's better.
Okay. So about 10, 11-ish in the morning?
Yeah, about that point.
Okay.
And we are heading back to you guys right now to see, as you were, I think, grumpily stomping towards the honey dip.
No. She is grumpily stomping toward the honey. I am just walking.
Yeah.
I am much more composed.
But you are...
Besides, I'm very...
But you are able to make it. You find after a little bit that there is a picture of actually a piece of bread being like dipped into a honey pot.
That's great.
For the symbol of the sign. You smell breads and other deliciousness coming from it. It is a war bakery, and you have, as you were passing the market area, started to walk into the more respectable area of town. You were seeing less farmers. You were starting to actually see people dressed a little bit more nicely.
Fair
Seeing
enough.
this, I put on my fedora.
Nice. My husband is best husband.
No, mine
Brought me
is.
Brought me tea.
All we can say is X-nay on the extra wishes.
There you go. But yeah, it is gonna... You are told that it is gonna be about 20 more minutes before any of the shortbreads are done baking. Although then they normally have to cool. You're welcome to purchase them all right away. They won't sell any. They'll do that. But if you actually want them, you might want them to be finished cooking.
Well, of course. Do they happen to have any, like, finished sweet bread? Just not like cookies or anything, just sweeter than normal? Kind of like how you'd have, like, honey bread compared to...
Well, you do see that they sell small amounts of, like, honey and things that you could, like, dip for the bread. You could purchase that. But if you're looking for something that's, like, got a coating or whatnot, no, these cookies are what they're making up.
I'm not thinking more of a coating, but more of, like, it was mixed, just bread. But that's okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Most of the desserts are still being prepared for a night kind of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll go ahead and purchase them and wait till finish.
There is a good hustle and bustle coming in as people are buying their own. You also had mentioned wanting bread at one point, so this place does also sell bread.
Is there any rumors people talking about? Out of the ordinary things?
Roll for me and not like...
Perception?
Let's say perception.
I'd be listening in too.
Then I can get a perception from you both.
Okay.
Hey! The universe has finally balanced out on it because it's a basic.
There you go.
I
You're
am
just
focused on the sweets.
Yeah,
Those are my
you are like watching the oven area for them to come out.
Like a hawk.
You're focused.
Ah.
You're Tarson though. You're listening. Excuse me, Mark. Mark, you're listening out and trying to keep an ear to things. You do hear mention from a couple people that they noticed that there was some activity going on around the Black Keep, which is something that like kind of perks your attention there. You also hear a little bit of word of you're starting to hit like the middle class people, but some of them are starting to complain that they notice some of their favorite shops their favorite butchers have increased the price of beef a little bit, which is annoying to them.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're considering purchasing some other things. With a 17, you also catch word that they're having some problem transporting fish from the Miram Lake. And that the price of fish has also gone up recently due to that.
I'm typing, sorry.
Nope, you're fine. I'm honestly also writing.
No. Well, I'm typing with one hand because I'm holding the phone with the other. Because if I put the phone down, it'll make my camera all weird.
Your life is harder, and I respect that. I'm sorry.
It's what you do. Gotta do what you gotta do.
There's one other thing you catch with the 17. You are noticing like this whole area really is a very eclectic town of races. You had the halflings, you have the gnome from before. Many of the people within here are elves, actually, who are serving. And you have passed by, though, along the way, you have passed by some tieflings, you have passed by some other more humanoid, but they have a tinge of color to their skin, red or blue. You notice that outside the building that there has been somebody who's been kind of just waiting for a bit, who is female, and she's got a red tinge to her whole skin, who's kind of like looking up and down the street more suspiciously than anybody else.
Does she have any defining features?
Well, she has red skin.
Okay.
Which is a little more standoutish. She's got kind of short cropped hair and is female and seems to be wearing leathers herself, but they're not guard leathers. They're more
general,
similar
retains.
to yeah.
Okay. Does she have any? Is the leather covering her arms?
The leather is not covering her arms.
Does she look as a mark?
Not that you were able to spy. She is outside. It's a little bit of a distance away, but not that you were able to notice.
Does he point this out to me? Or am I just still looking at the...
I'm going to tap her head, just like tap, 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 tap.
I'll look up at him, and then food.
Ear.
Yes.
Red woman outside.
Got it. And I'll just slowly make my way out and then start walking down the street a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see if maybe she's trying to follow me, or if she's just keeping an eye on that bakery.
You get a good while. You do catch between the two of you. She kind of does a back and forth kind of look between you two.
Which one to go for? Which one to go for?
And clearly readjusts herself and just kind of waits.
Is there an alley? So that way I could come up. I'll go down one road, take a left down a street, and then come back up an alley. So that way I'd be behind her from the way I came.
So you're basically trying to take the alleys to now come from the other side, right? And not just be heading
Yes.
directly back. You think you'd be able to pretty well.
gonna
It's
try.
not a city that you know, so you don't know quite where side roads are going to lead you, but theoretically, yeah.
I'm gonna try that.
Okay. Roll for me. Intelligence.
Oh,
That didn't sound good.
Use the roller. Use
Oh.
the roller.
no, I was trying to see my ability.
Oh, I thought you were going for your dice. I
More than one
apologize.
My dice are like hidden back in this. Or in my desk somewhere. I don't know. I'll have to find them soon.
I apologize.
You're good. No, I was trying to figure out what my intelligence was. 22 work?
Yeah, a 22 works. Yeah, you're able to, like, find the correct alleyway and just get yourself to scoot up and back around. That you can approach it from the other side, too.
I'm going to... I'm going to say try to sneak up behind her and just pop right on her shoulder.
All right, give me a stealth.
Don't have a heart attack. Don't have a heart attack.
18.
Nice.
That is nice. Yeah, you, like, kind of go up behind her and just get your arm, like, up and on her shoulder when she kind of realizes there's someone there and starts to spin to go whack you away. Are you actually trying to, like, grapple her, like, grab her,
No,
or
just
not?
like, you know, like that parent set your
I
hand
just
on the-
I just wanted to make sure, like, you weren't trying to hold her. As she then, like, tries to take a step back from you with a slightly more defensive position to herself.
No, it's the parent. We need to talk.
Gotcha. Yeah, she like turns away and holds up an arm to, like, kind of smack yours off a little bit. Gives you a quick look up and down as you've got your fancy fedora on, minus the feathers because you haven't put them back on yet.
Mhm.
She goes, "All right, yeah, rat catcher." Rat catcher, sellsword, mercenary, whatever you want to say. That's you, right? You and
That's
the
not who I'm talking to.
well-armored gentleman inside.
He hasn't done that armor.
You're
He's a
wearing
tad-
You're wearing armor.
Yeah. He's a tad paranoid right now. He's in a different country. What seems to be overnight, he's not taking that off.
Didn't think so. So she says well-armored though, and gives a quick gesture in towards you, because you are watching. Do see that Isabella is now next to this red woman talking to her.
I'll give him like a little just stay at that point. Because A, I don't want like all of us swarming her and bringing a lot of attention to ourselves.
And B, you want the...
And B, I definitely want my sweets. Actually, flip those. A, I want my sweets. B, I don't want attention.
The importance of priorities.
Yes.
Well, I mean, he
Sweets?
did be discreet.
No popo.
I'll be like, who's asking?
I am. I'm looking for a couple of sellswords. You two seemed dressed fancy enough. She kind of eyes your hat for a second.
I'll kind of glance around. Do I see... Is this like a heavier populated area where two people talking will get just muffled into what everybody else is saying?
Yeah, it's more like that kind of an area. It's got some traffic, but not a huge amounts. Like, there are times where it's just a quiet street, but two people talking outside of a building look very normal.
Well, I'm more like, if someone just walking by is going to easily be able to hear what we're saying.
Somebody
It's more
walking
the sound.
by would probably be able to pick up a word or two, depending upon what the word or two is.
Okay, that's what I want to... I'll just kind of glance around and see if I see at this point. If I don't, I'll be like, kind of new in town. This doesn't seem like a good place to meet to talk.
That's fair. I'm not going to disagree with you. I was just first interested if you are for hire at all.
Matters on the price.
That's a fair. Do you want to grab your friend, or are you actually solos?
I speak for both of us.
She does like a quick head bob to the side, aiming kind of back towards the one alley you just kind of came from.
Like, if he actually heard that, he would have rolled his eyes back toward. Just done.
I'm just going in the head.
You can tell they're talking from inside, but you can't catch any words. Do you have observance as a feat?
No, I do not.
Then you do not have the read lips ability, is what I was aiming at. So you can see that they're talking. They're giving a little bit of body language of like, nah, I'm the cool one, and has just the red woman has just kind of made the head bob movement and is starting to walk a little bit out of sight. I didn't catch anything you said right then.
In other words, head bob toward the direction she wants.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna keep watching.
I'll follow her into the alley.
Yeah, she honestly like walks up a little bit and just into the alley. You basically just cut through. Goes, thank you. The name is Trish.
I'll offer her my hand. Isabella.
You and your friend seem to be dressed quite finely. Again, she motions towards your hat. And that is something I could use an advantage of. I have someone who recently didn't pay off a gambling debt. And they're hanging out at the Fox and Hen. It's a simple thing. I just want the money that's owed to me, and I'll give you a cut, 10%.
Well, how much is owed?
500 gold.
Percent.
That would pay you guys 50.
25 each, technically.
Yeah. Let me think. I'll just stand there for a second. I'm kind of new to the area. Is this a higher end area where there might be a lot more guard?
There's a bit more guard, the Fox and Hen. It's just kind of like thinking for a moment. It's enough blocks up that there is a bit more guard that walks around. The bigger thing, it starts to move into the Hellraiser territory, which isn't my own. I keep a nice little gambling den here on the outskirts. Those who don't want to get involved in their clan business, well, they can have a little fun at around my expense, where I will at least provide them safety and a little area to go to. Most of the time, they pay.
So I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, this guy fled into the territory knowing he owed you that much.
No, I've checked in a little bit around the area. It seems he's already misspent some of his coin around their dens and is no longer welcome. So he went to an outskirt den to try to make some more money. He put up some collateral, a couple bottles of wine, and it's helped, but he still owes 500.
I'll kind of lean back on the wall a little bit. Like, does he travel? Or are we expecting guards of some sort?
Oh, he himself seems to travel alone. But no, the real issue is that he's kind of coddled himself into that inn, and I'm not welcome there.
How long have the cook?
They've got a few more minutes, but they're about done.
Okay. Good. I'll kind of just do the whole stretch thing. Like, I could use a little bit.
So you'll take it. She holds
Take
out a
it.
hand.
I'll shake it.
The man you're looking for, his name is Pearson Wingsome. Kind of fat human.
Kirsten Winston
Pearson.
Pearson.
He's some wine merchant down from up from Pearlshaw. Stuff's not bad. He left a couple bottles as collateral, but again, didn't pay off all of his losses, and he seems to be hiding himself in his inn to keep away. Otherwise, on the streets, I could at least talk to him again. I just want to make sure he's not gonna run out on me.
And where shall we meet you?
You
after
can.
this?
You think you're gonna be able to get through things pretty easily and everything. My area is a little bit away from here. A few more blocks down. Over at the fallen oak.
That's good.
A lot of tavern.
You cut out a little bit there. I don't know if you did
There's
for
a
other
lot of-
people.
There's a lot of taverns for a small town.
You're kind of like Denlit as the outskirts. You walked a little bit more into Tregarin. Woo, there we go. Tregarin, which is not a metropolis, but it's a little bit bigger.
Okay.
I'm just thinking like each area. So you have like a main city, and we're on like one of the outer edges of the rings.
That is the way to
If
think
you-
about it. Denlit's like
if
the
you-
outskirts of Tregarin.
You have like
If you can
Mesa,
the map
Arizona,
moving-
with Tempe and Flagstaff.
I'm sorry.
like, out. I'm trying to ping. Like,
Ah.
like, out.
So, yeah, you are like, if the G is... I can actually do this. Hold on 1 second.
Center.
So if this, I don't know if you can actually see my little blue dot there, is like where the Black Keep is itself, you are still a little bit more on the R.
Okay.
And where you where like Denlit area is a little bit further on the O.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, you guys were on the outskirts of Tregarin in the section that they call Denlit. As opposed to like a town that they call Denlit. And I apologize, I didn't describe that great.
No, I forgot that it was a suburb. So I figured I'd make sure and ask.
Yep, you're fine.
the question.
But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Talk to my partner as soon as possible.
I appreciate it. She gives you a quick bow of the head and walks back out into the alley and starts walking her way, kind of in the direction she said that the inn was.
I'll wait a minute or two
Hey, the cookies are done.
and then walk over to
I
Mark.
start working out. If I got the cookie now.
They're all hot. So they've got that, like, not great consistency thing, but they're all there.
Are they in a box?
They can be put into a paper bag.
I was more thinking of something locked, like a chest.
They've never
Like, I
sold
have a
cookie.
backpack with a small chest.
Oh, then you can put them in there, yeah. Yeah, if you're asking for them to provide a chest, they've never sold cookies by the chestful before, so they're not sure how to do that.
I would have like a little like thing, little box.
Yeah, then you can put them in the box.
So I put them in the box and lock it. And
Okay.
put it in my bag.
You have acquired key item shortbread cookies.
I'll walk over to him and be like, did you keep one out for me?
No.
Well, cookies, they're tasty. He's got the little grin that when he's joking around, he's just walking.
I'll do the whole like I'm back on his arm again, but this time I have like a dagger, kind of just jabbing him slightly in the ribs. Be like, boy, you know not to mess with me when it comes to my
In the
sweets.
armor.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
I'm trying to wiggle it in between the armor, just so I can.
It's doing that weird chainmail thing where it's just kind of pushing, but you're not really feeling anything.
Give me my damn cookies. Give them.
Yep.
There's 20 cookies. You're getting 10 or to share.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm walking.
Is there a place or direction you guys are heading to?
One last place, if I could find it before we head back. Is like a weapon shop, armory, something like that, blacksmith.
Okay. Hold then for a moment. We return back to Twitch. Twitch, how can you make for me a wisdom check?
Okay. So this is just a
Adding your
roll with my wisdom modifier.
Yeah.
Okay. 10.
All right. Is there anything else you want to do while you're kind of hanging out in the underground inn area, for lack of a better term?
Basement.
In the basement.
So I did think of one thing,
All right.
which is slightly cruel.
All right. Bring it. Sorry.
Don't scar him, please. Much.
It's not that scarring. I'm
Not
gonna
that
hold out my hand and ask for Nate's dice.
Okay. Like, he hands them over to you.
Okay.
They're actually your armored friends. Mark, they're his.
Huh. Interesting. Close my hand and cast minor illusion.
Uh-huh.
Open them, they're gone.
That's good, man. Like he's like looking for a moment, he's like, I didn't see what you did with them at all.
Close it, open it back up, and they're there again.
Damn. Like he goes to like grab one. Just one. And he tries to do like a sleight of hand kind of thing with them.
Adorable.
He does a pretty good job, but he still like has that little bit of a flourish that like he had to like turn his hand. He didn't just make them disappear.
Yeah.
But he has hidden it really well.
Should I do perception?
Yeah, you can do a perception back.
Ah.
Like
Seven.
it's still the like you could at least tell the difference of like he really cleverly has hidden it somewhere while you cast magic.
Yeah.
Like it's just that difference. Like he has honestly like he's done a really good bit of like sleight of hand stuff to it because that's not including any bonuses he has.
Yeah.
But it's just that difference of being able to actually be like it's gone as opposed to it's gone.
Yeah.
He is now David Blaine.
But like he is happily like willing to practice the equivalent of sleight of hand tricks now with you for ball bearings.
Um,
That's
you're-
that reminds me. Roll for me a d20 and add your sleight of hand.
for me.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand is 3.
At the end of all of your gambling, he has approximately 600 of the ball bearings and you have 400 of the ball bearings.
That's
Okay.
great.
Damn.
He has been winning, for lack of a better like overall term. It goes back and forth at times. You guys have had some fun moments where you're just like, I'm 100 in, even though you're just not gambling for anything, so it's just fun
Yeah.
because it's ball bearings. But like he's up on you right now.
Okay. Yeah. I could certainly learn some things from you. But I think I should probably go check on my friend, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
mean, like he kind of like looks over at Giles, and Giles is like, "I'm still working right now, so you should not be seen." And like he kind of like eyes over at him again. It's like not seen. Hey, just
Does
kind
he
of.
look over at Giles like, "Hey, I want to play," or does he look like target?
He looks over at Giles and more in the "I want to play." It's
Okay.
like he does not want to be there anymore. And is being told to stay.
okay.
But yeah, you're able to like as you go out, Giles just gives a quick like just be he does that pause moment realizing he's about to talk to a 7-foot cat person. He goes, as inconspicuous as you can be.
Certainly.
Go.
I'm going to scoop up all of my bell bearings into the bag.
Yep.
And then I will attempt a stealth check. To sneak out.
Or yeah, you like you go out through the area, you open up the back shelf area that is hiding the room that's there, and you close it with like a little bit of a thud, but you're
Yeah.
still underground. So you just go up the stairs then and go around. You get a couple of quick head looks. It is now there are people there again. It's more of you realize it's getting close to midday. The people are eating, they're coming in to get a quick drink before they're going out back for whatever it is that they're doing. You smell a little bit of food cooking as you're going through, and you're able to walk by without any issue.
Okay.
Yeah, and you see as you get up there, Vanessa is still just there in a trance.
Okay.
Yep.
Just sitting cross-legged on the floor, just
To be fair, it's been a really good rest.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do I mess with her?
oh my god.
While you think on that for a moment, although you're welcome to interrupt me, we will return to the shoppers. Are you looking for just a general seller who has some hardware? Because you passed some of those while you're in like the market area. Are you actually going to look for a forge?
Preferably because I'm going to try.
You're also cutting out on me every now and then.
That could just be my mic
Okay.
farther away.
I just also want to make sure it's
Better?
not my side. Yes.
Because I have like a dagger and some stuff I kind of want to sell.
I gotcha.
But if it's like a general wares thing, possibly someone that could also have some of the kits. So like healer's kit, forgery kit, stuff like that. If
Okay.
there's somewhere between those two,
roll for me an investigation.
16.
All right. Yeah, you definitely know that as you were going up and down the main thoroughfare that you saw the equivalent of like a general seller who could definitely sell you some small weapons and healing kits. Forgery kit though, you can't just go up to anybody and ask for a forger's kit.
Yeah.
What you're going to have to find a back salesman for that sort of thing, or piece together from general sales something will do for
I
you.
figured I'd have to piece it together.
Okay, then yeah, you think you can like try to find things up and down the way.
All right. First, I would like to find someone sell, like somewhere that would possibly buy a dagger.
Okay, yeah, you're able to find somebody along those lines pretty easily. Darn it, that was not area that I needed there. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up. There we go. Pricing. So yeah,
2 gold pieces.
you can find somebody who's willing to pay 1 gold piece. Well, to sell to you're selling it to them kind of deal.
Yeah. No. 1 gold, 8 silver.
Roll a persuasion.
Persuasion. Let's see. I think my charisma is shite, so this should be great. $18.
1 gold, 5 silvers, as high as they're willing to go.
Perfect. That was my lowest point.
Yep.
Okay, let's go equipment. Move that extra dagger.
All right, what's next?
5 silver. Now would be like, hey, good. I will want to go for some of those kits.
All right. So healer kit.
Yes.
There we go.
Or just a general store to see what kind of stuff they have. This is more to gauge the type of people we're looking at with.
Okay. Oh yeah,
More
you
so.
like going up and down a marketway, you're able to find most things that are in the general equipment area of the DMG. So you can find pretty easily all of these things. So you can find healer kits, you can find some small artisan crafting kits. You're not able to find anything obvious that was. Oh, you can also find like a music area where somebody's selling some instruments of decent quality. You're not able to find anything that's obviously criminal, for lack of a better term. So you're not finding anything that is like you don't see somebody who's just selling lockpicks or anything. You're having to, if you want any of that kind of stuff, you're having to look a bit or get creative. But
I'm going to suggest we head back to the Red Udder, right?
You gotta get
But on our way, like, I'm going to suggest this when we're on the market from the Red Udder. And then on our way through the market, I'll do the quick hold on to arm. But instead of my normal just walking with him, I'm going to allow him to guide me through the market as I more carefully look to see if there's any of the thieves' cant
Okay.
on our way, or any signs.
All right, I will take
Criminal.
another investigation from you.
I'm getting her toward
Yeah, towards the inn.
Taylor.
That's a 7.
Yeah.
I see crap.
You're seeing like it's like a normal people's area. So you'd be able to pick up a healer's kit if you really wanted to, or like a backpack. Probably the fanciest thing you can get around here would be some of the ropes and things, but just can't go up to anybody around here and ask for a forger's kit.
Okay.
And I'm gonna head toward the Taylor. Not.
Okay. Gotcha. Sorry, you are cutting in and out every now and then again.
It's. I hate my phone. It's 6 years old.
Sorry, man. But you aim your way back towards the tailor shop. Vanessa, you have had a perfectly wonderful 4 hours of rest. You like kind of pick yourself back up. Everything's pretty good.
Yep. Stretch.
And I get a Can I get a sleight of hand with advantage from Twitch?
Oh, that's not how you do.
Gotta do the slash
Dice roll.
roll.
Here's a +3.
Don't forget, you can also
Really?
arrows to
I am not having very good rolls tonight.
the luck hole.
Is we just gotta
Don't
get you and Isabella rolling at the same time. This is how we counteracted it last time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't forget, you can also hit the up arrow to do a older roll.
Yeah.
I think that's what they did for to get it up so quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you like get up and looking around and you see that you are perfectly surrounded by a circle of ball bearings. They're all just like they're like lined in a lovely little pattern all the way around you.
What's the pattern?
It's just a perfect circle.
Yeah. And then just me sitting in a corner watching.
Picks one up and just tosses it at you.
Can I attempt to catch it?
You can attempt to catch it. Dex check.
Okay.
You like
5?
you reach for it and you're just slightly off that it just like plops into your front and rolls down your.
Pick it up. Have a good nap.
Yes, actually, I can see you had some fun. If this was you, you're the only one here, so it obviously was.
Yeah.
Everybody else is gone.
Oof.
So I guess stuff happened while I kind of. And-
Mark and Isabella are out shopping, and the others are downstairs working on the passports.
In the main tavern?
No. In Giles' shop.
Okay. Cause that you kind of don't want to work on that in public.
Yeah, no. Don't worry. They're not.
Can we clean
Okay.
these up so that I can like move and not or
Like,
no one else?
you could step over them. Like they are just lined up in a nice little bit around you.
I didn't know how far out the circle went, so that's why I said that.
Not particularly far. You could easily stand and like step over them.
Okay, I'll just step over them then.
Yeah.
Ignore what I had said previously. Scratch that.
The 6 says they weren't like elaborate.
I guess I'll go clean them up.
You're able to like roll and scoop them in without any issues.
Uh,
Next time, get more elaborate planks.
Next time, have more ball bearings.
Nah, 1,000's a good amount. You just got to spread them out a little more.
Well, I mean, if you have 5,000, you can still do the nice little knee and just have.
I
Yeah.
mean, at that point, you just pour the bags out into the middle of the room and you sit on like a bed or something and just wait and watch.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There are options. But is there anything you would like to do as now that you are both awake and are there?
Go downstairs and get food.
There you go.
That's an idea.
Yeah, you are both brought a kind of plain fare of some. It's beef. It's just not like the nicest of beef, but it's a stew and some bread.
Mm.
The dwarf who's running the place doesn't ask you anything about payment or anything, but brings it over to you after you ask for it.
Okay.
Cool.
It's not the
no.
worst fare I've had.
I mean, for being in a completely new area that we've never been in before, this is pretty decent.
Yeah.
And here I'm thinking, just like, oh, I have some good food. I've got cookies.
I'm gonna bring back great stuff for everybody.
And everyone's already.
Didn't share the lunch plan.
Out of character. Like, Tree, we should just kind of hide, and when they get back, they don't know where we're
Yeah, we can do that.
at. Just play pranks on everybody.
I have some ideas.
Ooh.
No cookies.
I mean, I got my full night's sleep. I'm good, ready to go. Let's do some things.
Yeah, you have full night's sleep, so you have all of your hit points back. If you had spent any hit dice, you get one of those back.
And spells.
And your spells.
Yay!
I didn't bother because I had full hit points and my spells come back when I rest for an hour, so...
Yeah, if you want to take a short rest right now, you can do that.
That's why I like Warlock.
All classes have their benefits.
True.
Cool.
I get stab stuff in the butt.
I think the kidneys is really where you're aiming for.
Nope, definitely the butt.
What?
A rapier, just right in the butt cheek.
Moving on. While you two plan how you want to maybe pull a prank on the other two, we will return to the other two who make their way back to the steady thread.
Gotta keep this rolling.
Mm-hmm. So
There's the little gnome woman who's just kind of sits there, sees you open the door and goes, "Oh!" Pulls over from the side the cloak and starts aiming, walking over towards you and holds it up. I believe
gently test the scene.
She did a good job. She definitely put some effort into it. It looks like it's sturdy. It's gonna hold.
Mm.
Maybe it had a slightly finer thread before, but she used good stuff. She's holding it up and she goes, I believe that this is to your liking. She kind of looks over for a moment and sees Isabella wearing the hat, minus the feathers. Oh, I am sorry that the design was not to your liking, my lady.
My hat is still the same, so
You're not wearing it though. And actually, no, it's not. The feathers were removed.
I never took.
Sorry. At one point, Isabella took the hat to hide it from the guards and remove the feathers so that way it could be stuffed into a bag.
Yes.
It was slightly during some of the issues of going up and down, so I apologize if that was not caught.
Oh, it's fine.
If he wanted his hat back with his feather, I would have returned it.
Mm-hmm. I put it back in the original condition that.
Okay. Yeah, so yours is there and has it, but Isabella has not returned her feathers.
My feathers are in my hair. Somehow.
Yes. As promised and on time, for a silver.
I give her a silver and a gold.
Oh, thank you. This is very kind and generous of you.
I did say I'd give you a bonus if you
This is true, and you are a man of your word.
always am.
Well,
Can I inspect the work she's done?
Yeah.
And double.
You can make a very thorough look over with an investigation if you would like.
I would like.
Okay.
That's a 20.
Yeah, she did a very good job. She used maybe not quite as nice of thread as was originally on the cloak, but she used some good stuff. It's gonna hold.
Okay.
And
That's all I was.
Yeah, she kept it very nice and neat, and she did a good job.
I was just making, since she kind of rushed, making sure that she didn't rush too much.
Nope, she definitely put a lot of effort into it. Get everything done. And if there is anything else, I will also happily take any. If you would like to order something specially, I can do this for you and work. Right now my linen choice is a little slim, but I will happily go out and purchase some higher quality things if you would like to have a commission.
We'll think about it. Now we have an appointment.
Oh, of course, know that I am here and that my doors are open for you. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I will look at her and be like, I would like to commission a special cloak, kind of like this one,
Oh, yeah.
with some materials I have.
Oh, okay. I can absolutely do this. Do you have the materials with you?
Yes. And I'll smirk at Mark and pull out the zombie pants.
He's already face palming. Just
I see. This is. You want a cloak made of these?
Yes.
I can do that. It will be. Do you pull out all of the zombie pants or?
Yes, all of them. I'm guessing I have them in a.
Yeah,
stack.
it's in a slight you might have folded it at one point,
Yeah.
but it's still a jumble of different pairs of pants.
Yes.
Are you looking for a patchwork cloak?
Yes.
I can do this for you. Yes, it will not be as fancy as as fine as your current cloak because of the materials, but it will be a very fine cloak. I can do this. Yes.
I'll be like, I'm not looking for a fancy look at it. I want it a little more durable.
I will, and she reaches up to take some of the pants from you.
Yeah, I allow her.
And is flipping through them a little bit and goes, I will have to pull specifically from their best areas as well as I can. But I believe I can make something that will be sturdy and be able to be held together. Well, yes, I can work with this, yes.
Okay.
For how quickly do you need this together?
sometime within probably the next 4 days, if you can.
Oh, that is well within the time. I have one other work that I'm repairing right now, so not tomorrow, but the following morning would be best.
Yep, that
Yes,
works for
I
me.
can. I can work on this very fine, and for this, I would say 8 silver in total. 6 silver in total because you are providing the materials, so 3 up front.
I hand her 1 gold.
Do you
Really?
require change?
No.
We're gonna give her a heart attack.
Yeah. Like, you're doing something quite nice for me. Here you go.
Yes. Thank you very much. You are, of course, very generous and wonderful people. Yes. Please tell all of your friends about the wonderful job that is done, and I will be working on this very shortly. Yes, I can do this. Thank you.
I'll leave her with all my zombies. Just for reference, I gave. So
You gave what?
I gave her 4.
Okay,
As a
4 zombie
reference.
pants. Cool. 4 zombie pants
I
and a gold.
because I don't think Giles ever gave me back my 5th.
I don't believe he did, no.
I think he put it down and I grabbed it.
Oh, okay, then I do
As
know.
I'm following her out, I have.
Okay. You have the 5th pair of pants then. I was like, I know he didn't give it back, but I do know he put it down. That was as much as I remember.
Oh, if he would have put it down, then I would have probably grabbed it. So
Okay.
You were out the door.
either way, someone grabbed it. Do you give her the 5th pair?
Do you ask him if he has it?
Yes. Do you have the other pair by any
Yeah.
chance?
Yeah.
Mind giving it to her?
I don't mind.
Alright.
He
She's-
still hasn't handed them over yet.
You still have them, but you haven't handed them over?
Like, I've got him in hand.
Okay.
just waiting.
Yep.
I'm waiting for the, like, could you give them to her, please?
Can you give it to her, please? Like, just do
Handle
that
it.
whole.
The pants are passed over from one to the other, so now there are 5 pairs of zombie pants. Got it. The important notes that are had. All right. And with that, are you planning on heading?
I was planning on it.
All right.
That was the last.
Cool. Then before you get back to the inn, we'll take a 15-minute break. That way we can stretch and get ourselves, and then you'll actually all be back together and can talk right away as opposed to talking and then taking a break. So,
Sounds good.
thank you for sticking around for this episode of A Call to Rising. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:30, and we will see you then. All right. And we are back. And everybody is unmuted. This has been successful. And all of our... Yep, they're all good. So, thank you. Welcome back. I did realize at one point, though, that I had completely forgotten to turn the music on. So, there's a little music. There was a little sound. Yep. There. Now it's not just me talking and nothing in the background. But we return. So we return to Isabella and Mark, finished with their shopping for now, as much as we know, returning back to the Red Udder. You come inside. There's a small amount of people now that they're eating lunch and doing stuff around. You do not see Bree or Vanessa eating with them. You're going back up towards the room?
Yep.
Alright.
I don't know of anywhere else they'd be.
Yeah. You guys head up that way and go back towards the rooms that you guys had. The door is shut. Can I get a perception from you guys?
Yeah.
18.
Okay, and...
Moment. Nope. That's a 6.
Isabella? There's blood at the crest of the bottom of the door. That's like slightly pulled out. Meanwhile, Mark has not noticed and he's going forward to just open the door. I think you muted.
Sorry. I'll tap him on the shoulder right before he goes in.
Yeah.
I just point out the blood. And just do the shh. I'll grab my rapier with one hand. Or not like unsheath it, but just hold one hand on my rapier, one hand on a dagger as we enter.
Okay.
I'm gonna like hold her back. I've got my glaive in one hand. I'm gonna use the glaive to push the door open.
The door pushes open. You see that there is a small bit on the side. Can I get stealth from you two?
Yes, you may.
Oh my stuff. Suck.
Can I get stealth from everybody? Say it that way.
26.
Terrible rolls.
See if I have any disadvantage.
Can I use my advantage on this?
Yes, you may.
Nope.
Well, at least you get to use the advantage, so it's the 9.
No, the mark. Well, yeah. All right.
You've become robotic. I think we lost Tarstan.
Can we just say I can ban it
Yeah,
compared to everybody else?
So what really happens is that you have like put yourself up really well against this door frame that you're fine right now.
Everybody else,
Let's try.
9, 6, me, 26.
Well, more accurately, everyone rolled a 9.
And you rolled a 19.
9.
That is a lot of 9s for everybody else.
Yeah.
Oh, did we hear Tarstan for 2 seconds?
Hello.
Hello. Your video has frozen, but I can at least hear you now.
Okay, go ahead and put my little symbol up to deal with the voice.
Yeah, we might have to because you were frozen again and gotten robotic.
Arigato.
Oh, there's
video.
There's video.
Ooh, there's a finger.
All right. So what happens is Mark goes over and pushes the door fully open, while Isabella has now pushed herself up against like a side wall, prepared to like take action. Mark steps forward into just past like some of the blood and finds that there's suddenly, I guess, a lack of resistance and a lack of traction. Can I get a dex check from you? Or dex save? Can you attempt to make a dex save in your armor, which I believe gives you a slight disadvantage?
Nope.
Oh, it does not? Okay.
That's
Well,
only stealth.
I have enough strength that does not give me a disadvantage.
Awesome! Can I still get a dex save from you? Hey! You feel yourself get caught up there and slide a little bit, but keep catching your feet as you get like hit into a bit of twine rope. What were you guys using?
Muted.
Yeah.
String.
String. As you hit this little bit of string, so it's just like a slight resistance, and you've caught yourself well enough that it doesn't. As you as you turn, because you see two figures off onto the side, as you see Renessa and Twitch are just like sitting on the bed, gleefully waiting.
How close are they?
Slightly across the room that you can't hit them with the glaive without slightly moving. You at least need to cross a 5 foot.
Okay, if they were like within the 5 feet, I was just gonna like blade in face.
Yeah, no, they're just outside of it for the room's sake.
If they're just it's like okay.
Meanwhile, you, Isabella, from the outside, like held up, ready with like a dagger already pulled and the rapier just about to be pulled. See Mark turn, kind of sigh as he like catches his footing on everything, and you see
before he sighs, just seeing him like take his glaive and face something. Can I throw a dagger and have it like between their heads, stick into the...
You have to get into the room. Do you want to go into the room?
They're behind the door.
Yeah, they're like on the inside of it.
Oh, so like here's the door and the bed is over.
Yeah, they're on a side. That's why they were able to like. You can tell that there's somebody in there because nobody hid very well, but you just don't know it's them, and they're out of view.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sweet, give me a dex check too. A dex save. I keep saying check. A save. So it's even better for you.
Saving throw for Dex. Ooh, I almost did Phantom.
Yeah, you totally catch yourself too as you realize there's some traction and the string that kind of gets caught for a second, but you can. If you would like to make an impressive throw, make an attack.
Okay. With my dagger, right.
If you mess this up,
We've
You're
gone
the
very
ones
quickly.
that have blood and everything around here.
There's no problem adding a little bit more.
Dagger is 24.
Yeah, you're able to get it like in between the two of them as they're just like gleefully kind of watching. Hey guys, a dagger is suddenly thrown in between the two of you and is stuck in the wall.
I can just imagine a little bit of air.
Yeah.
Your videos did that perfectly times on my screen. Thank you so much for that.
High five.
I'm waiting to watch this on the stream. See if it actually came through.
I missed it.
Ah, it didn't come through right on the stream. Slightly delayed between them. Anyways.
They look fine. Although Reed and Nate are missing.
I
They're
just
kind
gonna
of...
pull the dagger out of the wall and just kind of like, just mess with it now.
Yeah. Vanessa, you have one of Isabella's daggers.
I'll look at what they have at our feet.
It's ball bearings.
Just ball bearings.
Just ball bearings. And, like, you were, like, slightly got caught up into a piece of string that was, like, set up around your height level to, like, clothesline you.
I want to take another
Twitch
dagger
snaps
out.
their fingers and the blood disappears.
I want to take another dagger and, like, just cut this string. That way it's not in our...
Yeah, it cuts.
And then
Vanessa's just laughing.
Yeah, pretty
pick up
much.
a ball bearing and just chuck it at Renessa.
Oh, can I catch it?
Make a dex
It's
check.
not hard. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, make a dex check.
Oh, please be a nat 1.
If so, that'd be sad. That would have been 2 nat 1s for Renessa in a row. You catch it. Like, boop. Just in the air.
Holding dagger in one hand, catch it in the other. Like, still
So-
laughing.
I'm gonna, like, shuffle my... so I don't get caught up in the ball bearings.
Yeah, once you see them and you're aware of them and not in an actual stressful situation, it's pretty easy.
Alright, then I'm gonna make my way over and just try to take my dagger back. Think you have what's mine?
Yeah, well, don't throw it at me next time. And she's not going to resist you taking it back. She's just
Well,
Laugh.
maybe
You get your dagger back.
you shouldn't put ball bearings and fake blood on the floor.
I mean, pranks.
I'll walk over to Mark. Like, are you okay?
You guys were gone for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Long
here
enough
we
for
go.
me to get a full sleep in.
Well, ain't you special? Where's the others?
They left.
There was a sleeping good sir around. Where's Giles and Nate and Reed?
They left to go work on the passports.
And be someplace safer than
Yeah.
just an upstairs room.
I'll
Okay then.
I'll look at Mark and be like, so that lady you pointed out earlier has a job for you and I. If you're
Really?
interested. Yes.
What kind of job?
Just intimidation. Get this guy's money back. And then get her money back. Shouldn't take us
It shouldn't be too hard.
should we allow to tag along? We gain 10%. Should be about 50 gold total. Splitting 2 ways is easy. A bit more complicated.
Yeah, I mean, 50 gold's 50 gold.
Are you guys doing this just in the room?
Yeah.
Just standing amidst ball bearings, talking about
Yeah.
a job while Twitch and I just kind of sit on the bed and what?
Slightly talking about you in the third person while you're there in the room. Yeah, they were doing that.
We're just kind of
I'm
like
so
reminiscing on the whole prank.
I'm still carrying food. Like, I have not put that down yet.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be later tonight. He's
Yeah.
held up in an inn.
I'm gonna take a nap then. Let's eat first. That way you can have your cookies.
Cookies, yes.
Meat first.
Yes, sir.
Tarstan is holding up a bag that's got, like, you can kind of see some fresh loaf sticking out of it and something wrapped in a brown paper.
How long has it been since Twitch and I like sat downstairs and ate?
30
Like,
minutes.
an hour?
Maybe an hour.
I'm gonna work my way toward the table
Okay.
and start pulling food out. So
The table in the room or a table downstairs? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
In the room.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the table's there. They didn't mess up anything over there. But yeah, you're able to like take out your the box of that you filled with cookies, take out the loaf of bread and the butcher slab o' meat.
I'm gonna open the box so that the fresh cookie smell can get into the room.
I
Guys,
might eat one.
there's cookies. Well, there's some fancy shortbread looking things that smell wonderfully baked with a tint of honey.
I'll turn to Renessa. I guess we should clean this up now.
At least there's no actual blood to clean up.
There could have been. As I
There could have been.
Are they missing like any hair dagger?
Nah, you were doing it like in between the two of them. They weren't like thick as thieves close. They were like just both sitting and waiting.
darn. I was kind of hoping it would like slice through a little bit of fur and hair come off.
Trim a whisker or
Oh.
two.
So mean.
It's not like it would have hurt.
I
them.
need those.
Nah. You're good.
Yeah, if you want to keep your balance, you kind of need those whiskers.
I'll trim off the other side too.
That's not helpful.
That we have.
So yeah, I guess Twitch and I will clean up the ball bearings
And string.
Oh.
and
There you go.
string.
Just sit there and nibble on a cookie like
It doesn't take very long. You're really just like pulling them all together, dropping them into a bag, pulling them all together, dropping them into a bag.
Oh, and I'll drop the one that was tossed at me in the bag too.
Yeah.
Since
You-
I caught it.
Again, we're not in a strenuous situation. You still have the equivalent of 1,000 ball bearings.
Yeah.
You might be down to 999 by now, but that's okay.
Nate took that 1%.
Just not returning it to you, and you don't know until you count them all.
I don't think Twitch is one to count 1,000 ball bearings.
1, 2, 3, 4,
There you go.
908.
Yep.
Huh? Where was I?
Yep.
That's
One,
basically how it would
2.
go.
Oh no, I'm passing it out.
A 3. Tarson passes some food around to each of you.
I hesitate toward the two little tricksters in the room.
Little.
You say about the 7-foot cat.
Yeah.
That's what I was giggling about. Little.
You
How
know,
tall is
little is
your dog?
relative. In this particular situation, it's act.
I'm also not really little either. I'm 5'6".
I mean, the funny bit was in the one shot I was in last night. I was playing another Tabaxi who was 6'6", but the second tallest member of the party was 5 foot.
Ooh. That's quite the distance between the two of you then.
Oh gosh.
You could fit a whole halfling baby there.
I think you can fit a whole halfling, not a halfling baby.
The thing was,
Halflings are about 2 feet.
my character also owned a pony.
How did you fit on the pony? Wait, no. We're going to answer this question for later. Later, this question will be answered.
Yes.
But yeah, that was an interesting one.
There you go. Food, or at least cookies, have been handed out to everybody, as well as I think some bread.
The cookies
They're
are just there
nice.
to get the smell in.
Then the room smells of delicious shortbread, which Isabella is at least eating one.
As long as she eats the meat next, I don't care.
You were buying from a butcher, so you have uncooked meat, sir.
I firebolt it.
See, I got a cooker.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that some of this was thought through, at least, or you're eating raw meat, which you could have. So yeah, you cast Firebolt at the meat.
Yes.
All right, you have slightly seared one side of it for now. Would you like to attempt to cook the rest of the meat?
Hold on.
Yes.
Before you do, I speared on the glaive so we can have it over off the table. So we don't start cooking and setting fires on the table. The wooden table.
Spoil sport. Firebolt.
Can I get a survival check from you?
I assume this is what we try to do whenever we can't make a campfire.
Yeah,
Basically.
from where you've been though, that's not often or frequent. I'm debating disadvantage to you right now. This is just outside of your wheelhouse. Can I get survival with disadvantage?
Hey!
14.
Alright. You are able to cook the meat. It's a little burnt on like one area of it, but you did not set anything on fire. And it is in fact fully cooked.
Hey, some people like there's a little.
Yeah, you watch as like Mark just spears it and Isabella goes pew, 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 pew.
Just finger guns.
Like every little bit, for a few moments, it takes a little bit to cook it.
I mean, that's one way.
But they have a large amount of meat and bread. Enough to feed 7 people.
Does this room have a fireplace?
This room does not have a fireplace, no.
Okay.
It'd be really funny.
I was
if we
gonna
went through
say.
all the effort we did.
No. that you are true and correct. It does not have a fireplace.
That much I remember.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have just put it in the fireplace. Okay,
Yeah.
let's cook it there.
I would just fire like logs or something.
But I'll put aside some of the food for the other 3, and
There you go.
well, the other 5, since a couple have eaten already.
I
Well-
mean, we haven't mentioned that yet in character, so you
Yeah, I was
still
about to
don't
say,
know.
do you partake of the food that Tarstan has brought?
I mean, if it goes to get passed out, Renessa will just kind of hold up her hands, go, "I've already eaten."
Similar.
I get their cookies. I hate to share the cookies.
Go for it.
I mean, I'll have some cookies if you're offering.
Too late. I'm already munching on some. Taking a small sliver of meat here and there, just to make Mark happy.
Just keep track of how many cookies you are eating. I am figuring you've had at least 3 by now.
I assume
I will have 1.
I'd probably eat 4 in total.
Once she hits 5, I close the box and lock it. And
I've only
spit
done.
on
I'm saving that final cookie for later tonight.
it. Well, technically, you get 10. I did tell you you get 10. There's 20 cookies.
I know.
He's gonna try and make them last 2 days.
Day and a half.
Then we
I'm
go
gonna
back
try.
and we buy more.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They have a good sweet taste to them.
You do
These
that
are
too
the
long.
things that were made with a mix of honey as well as slightly drizzled.
I vote rest a while. Then later tonight, we go on a slight little mission.
What's
You
the
down? I need confirmation you're willing to do it. I'll tell you much more.
Who is Isabella talking to?
Just
The room in general?
Yeah.
So everybody, not just specifically Tarston or
Mhm.
Mark.
Yeah, this is more directed as towards Vanessa and Twitch. Hey, you got a job tonight if you want in?
I mean, I can't accept a job I don't know what we're doing.
That's where trust comes in.
Then I will not accept.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And you? Turn into Twitch.
I mean, if
If
we
it makes-
don't know what the job is, how can we help?
If
We'll
it
just
makes you
have
feel
to-
any better, we're not killing anyone.
Not sure about that yet.
We're not killing anyone.
You always take the fun out.
Okay, then.
It'll be a simple job. Decent pay.
Did you happen to get the information whether we just had to talk to him or bring him?
Just the money is all we need. She
Fair
never
enough.
said how we got it. Just
So what is this? Extortion?
This person has owed our client money, and we're essentially going to get back said money. He did a little bit of gambling that he shouldn't have.
Okay. So not extortion.
Nope.
as far as we know, not.
At least
Person
what
can't-
we-
Person can't go to this bar he's in because it's not part of her territory, and she's not in this area. So
You
it
didn't
seems
happen
like
to
they're.
ask-
Go ahead.
You didn't happen to ask what territory she has, did you?
Not the exact outline. I know a general area.
Okay.
She seems to be on the lower end of stuff, while he's fled to the higher end of town.
Shocker.
We'll have to go not in rags.
If you want
So,
someone
not
to
your new
watch your
cloak.
back, I guess I can join. If I get a take of the pay.
I think we can make it work.
How much you getting paid?
10% of the amount he owes.
Which is
She says he owes 500 gold. So giving us around 50 gold to split among those in our group who decide to help us.
okay. Okay.
So are you in? Out.
It's not much, but I
Maybe
can
we
watch your back for that price.
Who knows? Maybe we can say he owes 6 due to interest. And then we'll have an extra 100 to split.
I don't know if that's the wisest decision.
We're
This
getting
has gone
money.
from sketch to super sketch. Like,
Yeah.
like it doesn't sound like you got a whole lot of details from her about everything, and yet completely accepted the job. This does not sit right with me, so I cannot accept.
It is fine. Comes down to it, I'll do it myself.
You do not have to do this if you don't feel okay with it. I'm going to make sure she stays in line.
Acceptable. Because I want y'all to be safe anyway, but I doesn't sit right.
Not going to force you to go.
You too do seem to be able to handle yourself.
We have some luck.
Out of character, I have a song flowing through my head that's literally just "Don't split the party," but
Yeah.
hi, here we go.
DM is ready to kill.
DM is ready to take advantage of the situation that is presented to themselves.
But back in character, it probably would be best for at least one person to stay here because Reed is still, from my understanding, out cold and really can't defend himself. Nate's not the best, and Giles might need someone here just in case.
Yeah.
Honestly,
And since they're creating papers for us so we can kind of walk through this whole area of land we've never been to and have no idea what's going on here, probably would be good to keep protecting them for the time being.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I
If
think
that
the
makes
best
sense.
bet would be to have someone in the room and then have someone with them in their room, wherever they are.
I mean, I don't know how secure this room is either. I think he just rented it.
Yeah, but if they come looking, they'll find one of us, and that's about it. They won't find Giles or his paperwork, if you will.
I mean, we could just leave this room empty and it'll just be
Yeah.
another room that could get rented. And as long as no trace is left behind, it's going to be hard to track.
Yeah.
That being God, I just kind of jumbled two words together. I like out of character. Like, hi, brain. Thank you for trying to throw two words together. Would not have. And I don't know exactly what I was trying to say. Basically, keeping people from tracking us is one of the highest importance.
The optimum goal.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I don't think any of us kind of want to go to that prison they were at, and I have a feeling it's probably where we'd go since we don't have papers and we're not from here.
Yeah.
Well,
kind of risky.
And
Isabel,
some of us look a little odd.
I mean,
we don't have to do this job tonight. Let's get the papers. At least that way we have some legal documentation.
I mean, if you guys want to get the gold, you can go and do the job tonight. Because money is important to pay for things.
Yeah,
especially since we're in an area of the world that we've never been in before. So it'd be nice to have something in the pocket.
How about tonight, Mark and I go scout the area, find the man who she wants us to talk. Then come back once we have a little bit more information about the area and the guy. We'll decide if it's even worth the trouble. If it is not, I shall go talk to her and be like, and either try to increase our amount or have to deny it. Reasonable for everybody? Won't do it tonight. But would it better that we know? Sorry, I cut you off.
I would like to get some sleep eventually.
As would I.
Y'all can get some rest now.
Yeah.
I think I will.
We'll
Elves.
leave you to sleep. Renessa will just kind of give like a wave and just kind of leave.
Yeah.
Because sleep
If
for...
I wake up with any markings on my face, it won't go prettily.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
But you'll have a fine new mustache
No, I'm sure.
And
And-
goatee.
and goatee.
And someone will. And
with
someone will
blonde
be.
hair.
Have you ever seen a bald cat?
You automatically assume it would be Twitch.
Oh no, I'd get the elf too. They'd both be
I
bald.
mean, you have to catch me first.
Yeah.
That's what she's for.
Huh?
That's what Isabella's for.
I mean, still gonna try and track me first.
That's also what she's for.
Mhm.
Twitch, do you also leave the room to allow Mark and Isabella to rest?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, like, I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'll lay down on the bed.
Yeah, there are two
Oh.
beds in there. Neither of them are like super comfortable. But I am curious, does anybody grab the remaining food? Or do anything with it?
I've put it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna save it for Giles and Reed, and because I'm sure they would like to have a decent meal.
Shall I show you Giles' workshop first, or
Yeah.
shall we look around to Renessa?
Okay.
I'm laying down and trying to get some sleep.
I want to take my
Oh.
armor off. in case-
What time of day is it now?
It's a little afternoon. Maybe 1 o'clock.
Yeah, let's check in on Giles and them, see how they're doing. And then, I don't know, maybe go explore the town.
Okay.
Are both Isabella and Mark human?
Isabella is a half elf and Mark is
Half elf. So in general, Twitch and I are the weirdest looking people out of this group.
in this group, yes. You're just kind of like, you're clearly an elf, but you are an odd looking elf. And you are very tall to backseat.
Yeah. There's not much I can do.
Two of the more least conspicuous individuals
To your knowledge,
are now awake and going around to do things.
Yep.
Bless
Yeah.
us.
good times.
Because really, all they have to do to pass off is just wear regular clothes and just walk.
What is that?
I think the cat face and tail might give it away.
It really has nothing to do with clothes for us.
I was talking about more me.
Yeah, you guys can just wear normal clothes and be fine.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was trying to say. I might have slept on the phone, so.
That's cool. Y'all can sleep. And not worry about waking up to... I don't even know if we have utensils for being able to draw stuff on people's faces. I don't think they have permanent markers. And,
Yeah, regardless, I have my glaive next to me just in case.
like...
But you
We're
have
not gonna
taken
mess-
off your armor.
I was about ready to say we're not gonna mess with the sleeping person, but then I was just like, wait, Twitch messed with me when I was sleeping.
Yeah, but
Also, the other bit is minor illusion. I don't have to touch you.
you have to get close.
All the pranks, here we go.
Within 30 feet.
Ah!
Like, open up the door and
It's a
put it in
cantrip?
there and close it
Yeah.
and walk away.
Nice.
I
Is
can
it a
create
concentration or-
one sound or image in a 5-foot cube.
Is it a concentration or a time limit?
1 minute duration.
Okay, so it's gonna be like hours before I wake up.
Yeah.
Timing will have to be set up perfectly, but yeah.
Yeah, if someone gets within 10 feet, they're gonna have a blade in their face.
You guys leave the room though, so you're
Yeah.
more both contemplating the opposite sides of how these pranks could and could not work out.
Um.
But
how
yeah,
does,
we can see Giles's workshop, and then
yeah.
I don't know, head out and explore town.
How does the bar area look at this time?
There's a couple people that are eating. It's not like empty, but it's not full. It was full before.
Okay.
A lot of people have already gone back to their business.
Would you
Okay.
have mentioned going to Giles' shop before you left the room?
I mentioned that Nate and Reed were with Giles in his workshop.
Okay. Would you have mentioned going to the workshop before you left the room? 'Cause
No,
if you
I didn't.
Okay. Because if you did, he was going to give you the food to take to that.
Yeah, I left the room and asked Vanessa that.
Just check.
Okay. Yeah. So then I guess I'll guide Vanessa down
Mhm.
the workshop.
Yeah, you're able to again go in the back area. The dwarf who helps to run everything like gives you a quick glance, sees where you're going, and then just kind of walks back out
Mm-hmm.
and checks on the bar himself.
Okay.
You get taken over to a cellar door, which then you do have this brief moment to realize the secret door is closed and you got to open.
Mm.
You want to investigate it to try to figure it out?
Yes.
All right.
Just start pulling random spices off the shelf.
You can roll investigation with advantage because you know it opens. Just don't know the
Okay.
mechanism.
Or combination.
Combination. And you can even see it's like a shelf that has less things on it, and the things that are on it are very sturdy and very unlikely to fall.
Well, it's a good thing I had advantage.
Yup.
You are looking around though, and you don't see the catch. Just not sure where it is like that open.
Hmm.
Vanessa, you see Twitch come up to like part of the cellar, like a root cellar, kind of small, but especially for Twitch. Twitch is like kind of crunched over a little bit, like searching around, and is on this one shelf, just kind of like doing the pause along a shelf, trying the next one up and down, just not like doing anything.
There's meant to be a catch around here somewhere.
Do you need help?
Can you see anything? It's kind of cramped in here.
I can try. We might have to change spots so I can see better.
Yeah.
Change places.
I got a
Vanessa,
mental
I'll
image.
take an investigation, but just straight.
Okay.
I got a mental image after this is done. After they get in. Nice.
But like over your shoulder, Twitch is like, yeah, it was somewhere like along here, and her long arm is just kind of like reaching around you, and you just like look on the side and you see where there's just a almost like a car door where it's a spot that pulls in, and you just like really quickly hit it and it just clicks and the whole wall just moves.
I had the basic
Thanks.
thought that, Twitch was like trying to push on the sliding door.
I gotcha.
I don't know what I'm looking for, and I don't have a bonus to my investigation check, but here we go.
Yep,
Until 20 works.
that's how 20s work. Yeah, you just
Oh,
pop it pops and you're able to, like, you open up and there's a little bit of light. As you open up, you do see, like, sitting in front, it's got a little bit of, like, a sitting room area. Again, it's mostly underground, but you can see that you are underneath the bar area. Or at least that's where wood floors now being a ceiling kind of turning around to be. That he, like, gives a quick look up, nods, and, like, motions for you to walk through.
so walk in.
Enter.
Yeah. Do you close
Uh.
the doors behind you?
Yes.
No, just leave them
I-
open.
I'm going to make sure to try and remember where the latch is this time.
You have made a much clearer mental note now. Like, it's not a complicated door, it's just slightly hidden. But, yeah, you walk over. You see that Giles has next to him a small amount of papers and everything off to the side that he is, some of them look completed now. Others are still being worked on.
Just checking in to see how you guys are doing down here.
Overall, we're pretty good. I was gonna head up in a little bit and grab some food for us down here. Read, and, like, he, like, looks over, and you see that the halfling is, like, actually kind of sitting up at the moment. He's got a little book with him, like, quick wave. Nate is actually the one asleep now. Like, he's just kind of laying, kind of sprawled on one of the cot beds that's over there. You can see that the dice are still next to him on the table, on, like, a little side table. And goes, but yeah, everything's going pretty good. I got 2 done so far. I wanted to see if you guys had a split pretty quickly. I can at least get you 2. But if not, I was gonna finish filling them out for Nate and Reed.
No, it's fine. Yeah, take however long you need.
Is there anything I can do for you guys?
It's just showing Renessa how to get in here.
You are welcome in here. Please don't tell everybody. Awesome.
Yeah,
Everyone's good in here too.
Like,
Mark and Isabella are back from shopping or whatever they were doing.
all right.
Finally
So they're up in the room now.
sleeping.
You mentioned the food.
The meta pigeon was like, kuru kuru, food kuru.
And obviously, if you don't, you don't.
I mean, we kind of left it in the room and y'all are sleeping, so we probably wouldn't walk back in the room just to grab that.
Yeah. I mean, it's also the sort of thing where, like, you guys, like, went out and bought food and then, like, offered us some. But, like, we'd already eaten, so it was sort of like, no, that's your food. You
Eat
you
your
can
food.
have.
There was enough for 7 people, aka Giles and Reed and the people who were in jail.
Or just you and Isabel for a couple days.
New party communication issues.
I mean,
Welcome
it
to the party.
happened.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. We don't communicate. Kind of hard to.
Obviously.
Episode 3. We're still good. We're still good.
It's
We're
not the
so
worst
good.
party communication I've been in.
I mean, we're playing pranks on each other, so at least we're trying to do things for bonding purposes.
Yeah.
We're getting to know each other, you know.
Anywho.
Anywho.
Giles is like, okay, yeah. Well, you guys are welcome to the room for at least a couple of days. After that, just gotta check with Dirk to make sure we're on the outskirts here. Nobody really comes in that would really need, but technically someone could.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's
certainly keep that in mind.
All right.
Uh,
Um,
Reed does after a few moments of you guys just talking and making slightly awkward conversation. Put his book down to the side and starts to come over towards you. You can see he looks a little bit better. Definitely lost at least one of those things of exhaustion that he's had. Over and I am sorry I didn't say this before, and he kind of holds out his little halfling hand. But I do want to thank you for your help.
yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it was we all had to get out of there one way or another.
Yes, but you also could have just left us get out on our own and gone out on your own. You are new here, but the biggest problem with this kingdom is that many people think about only themselves.
There's safety in numbers.
That there is.
And around here, kind of looks over at Giles, and Giles kind of gives a kind of shrug moment, and he's like, around here, a lot of people feel that there's only safety counting on yourself. Still, what you did was very beneficial. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you're feeling all right?
Tired still, but much, much better, yeah.
Would you mind if I did a medical check just to make sure everything's okay?
Sure. Roll medicine.
Yeah, because exhaustion has impacts on so many different things.
Yeah.
So
Cure wounds.
that's why I was doing the medical check to see if he needs cure wounds.
I can't do the pigeon, so that's what I got.
It works. Looking him over right now, he looks like he could still definitely use a little bit more food. He does not have any serious wounds that are life-threatening or that have done hit point damage to him. Between this and you had done a medicine check on him earlier just to make sure he was okay. He doesn't need any hit points.
Yeah.
He was you can still see you can see on his wrists that there's some bruising, which you would put to some sort of bondage at one point, as well as on his ankles. So that there is where a lot of the issue was from, is that he's still got some of the long-lasting bruises.
Yeah.
And while he's got some sort of exhaustion to him, it's not severe or life-threatening.
Yeah. So you'll be fine. Just eat, drink, sleep. You'll make go full recovery. Good.
Thank you. I do not know if I would have survived much longer. I thank you, and Giles is kind of giving a yeah, you're fine kind of thing. But as much of the thanks goes to you.
I'm happy to have helped because you helped us in the end too.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I feel I have done nothing to help and no longer have any resources to commit to any help.
I'm sure you have some skills which can be put to use.
The majority of my skills are ocean bound. I'm a navigator. I've been a captain in my times. I could tell you much about the ocean and ships that sail on it, but he kind of looks around and is like, I am well landlocked now and have neither wealth nor reputation to go with it.
Useful information to have, but not this far inland.
Really not.
Both of us are from distant shores, so We may have need to call upon you at some time.
Well, it would be certainly beneficial to be helpful to someone.
And I've been on a boat before too, so
You get a quick sense that he like eyes you up and down as you say the word boat as opposed to ship.
It would actually make sense for her to use boat instead of ship because it has been I don't know how many years since she left.
It's been a while, and no, you use the correct word.
So the thing with
At
that
least
is
150 years since she left home.
Yeah, it's been a while.
the difference between a ship and a boat is that a ship has boats on it.
Hey, I heard you like ships, so put a boat on your ship for the ships that ship ships.
So you can be a sailor who's on a boat.
Yes, you can. I admit I'm going off of what I was once told, which was a size difference.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
Because, like, yeah, ships would be referred to more like the giant, like, galleys and things like that,
Yeah.
used for traversing, like,
Yeah.
giant oceans, not rivers.
Yeah.
I'm going off of that. I'm not saying it's correct knowledge. I'm just saying that's what I'm going with.
It makes the most sense in this instance. So,
Woo!
The way I've always thought of it is like a yacht is a boat, whereas if it has a life raft, then it's a ship.
Yep,
makes sense.
I can agree with that. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anywho's.
Side tangent.
Important. It's a learning experience. And now you know.
Mm-hmm. But, yeah.
Renessa and I was thinking of heading off into town. Do you guys need anything?
Good question. Thinking of asking that. Wavelength.
Yeah. Reed, like, pulls up and goes, I'm fine with what is being provided for me. Thank you, though. Giles, like, looks around a little bit and goes, are you willing to run a quick errand?
Sure.
So he gets up from the from the table and goes over to a small storage area on the side and like rustles through for a little bit. Pulls out a small pouch and goes, can I give you an address? And do you mind going to pick up a little bit more paper and ink? Kind of looks over at his forgery stuff that's on his table.
Sure.
Certainly.
Awesome. I got a friend who's a bookbinder a little further into town that'll be able to help out here if you drop my name to him.
Yeah.
Excellent. Like,
I hope.
He has a good pause moment and he's like, you understand, like, and then he stops and he's like, I'm asking you to discreetly buy more forgery papers for me.
Right.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. I don't know what you were not. Thanks. And like he drops money in your hand.
Can I see like what the book that Reed was reading? Like, just not going over to pick it up, but like, did I catch the title of it or anything when we walked in?
Make a quick perception.
Cool. Okay. $11.
You can't quite like make the full title out, but it's like the Tales something Tundra.
Tales of the Burnt Tundra?
Maybe, like, that doesn't seem off from it, but there's like some words in between and he's a little far off with it.
Yeah.
It's just dark enough in here that it makes it a little harder to see. Yes, I know you have dark vision. Go with my flare.
No, it makes sense. It's just kind of like a quick side-eye thing of like,
yeah.
Because basically what I was thinking of, since we're going to a bookbinding place, was, I don't know, I'm gonna be nice and try and find a book for him.
Yep.
Because
yeah,
if he has to chill down here for a while, and we're just in general chilling anywhere hide, recover. You need more than one bug.
No, that is a fair and reasonable assessment.
Oh, it's completely fine. They've got TV, they got the news. It's fine.
Yeah. They got
Netflix.
They got dice.
Fine.
Maybe 1 or 2 ball bearings. You're not sure.
They can Hulu and Cthulhu, you know, it's fine.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gives you a piece. He writes down for you a piece of paper that says the name of the store, which is Under the Willow Tree.
I am literally writing this down. Okay.
And he says to talk to Aladar.
Aledar.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Here's a name. I don't know how to spell it.
I am really, really bad at spelling in general, so I'm not going to deny that how I write something down for pronunciation is actually how it would work for pronunciation.
That's fair.
Yeah, so
Either I or E or Y. I mean, really, just
Yeah.
I wrote down an I for Aladar, but with an E totally works too, so I've now switched on my notes to an E. Let's go with that one.
Okay.
And I have to change it from the I.
Before you guys head out, I would like to confirm from the sleeping 2, were you going for a long rest or a short rest?
What time was it when we got back?
Afternoon.
10:31.
So it was like closer to like 1 o'clock when you finished eating.
I'm thinking a good 8 hours, given the opportunity.
I have to take an 8 hours as well.
Okay, long rest it is. That's what I just wanted to make sure of. Cool. To give me a
Unless-
time frame for how long you are off camera compared to the now to awake to.
Unless the building gets set on fire for whatever reason that may be possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, because apparently my subrace of High Elf does not get the translate state.
Nope.
I think it's the half elf aspect because of being half human. You just don't.
Yeah.
There's at least
Trans.
one variant that has it, but I can't remember which.
Yeah, I can't remember which one.
Mm.
And probably
But
by
that's
the time
beautiful.
they wake up, I will need to take a long rest soon.
I was gonna say you haven't gone to sleep at all.
It's the
I
keep getting back here.
might have been up for, what is this now?
11.
13 hours?
Yeah, 13 hours. I mean, technically, that's
My
like a
hours.
normal person day.
Yeah.
That you know.
But I'm still going. That's the thing.
But Twitch,
we
you
had
can
no
sleep.
idea to know how long we were in that hole.
Also true.
We
Mm.
could have been asleep for 5 years.
Please don't say that.
You're
No, I
an
think
elf. That's nothing.
I think it's the
I mean, I
same
don't-
year. What I remember. Oh no, we don't, because they use a different year system. That's right.
I mean, she doesn't keep track of years. She doesn't remember when her birthday is. She does not keep track of how old she is anymore.
What does it matter if it's like a day or a year or 10 or 100? Like, really, at that point, does it matter?
It just changes things within within nature, basically. So
She just goes by the seasons. Just whether it's fall, spring, summer, or winter.
How old are
Well-
you? I am 5 million moons.
her first idea of seasons was completely different from what the mainlands was.
But that's for like a longer conversation
That's
over
for
like
a longer conversation.
tea and
different.
crumpets,
Yeah.
right?
When we I don't know, say anything about backstories.
Wait,
You guys are still fighting about sleeping and food right now. Let's hold off.
And people are still angry about pranks.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean,
Anyway.
we gotta vet the new people I mean, both ways.
Otherwise, he's got nothing else you can help him with.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess we can head to Under the Willow Tree.
Okay. Let's go.
Which sounds like a great nap spot for a cat.
It's a bookstore.
It
It's
sounds like a great place to nap in general because the smell of books.
It's missing the word "in a sunbeam," though.
Yeah.
But in the land of travel, you head a decent distance into the actual like town of Tregaron, into the city. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Heading closer into the nicer, well-to-do area than any place else.
Mm-hmm.
Giles does give you some pretty decent directions, though, so you're able to find it without having to do a real investigation check. Along the way, you pass by this more open market area, though, because it does go along a main thoroughfare, so you see the similar small stalls set up with more major shops kind of centered around. Is there anywhere else that you're looking for, or are you just going to go straight there?
Let's do that first.
Yeah, we
So
can
we
go
don't
straight there.
forget.
Yeah, you were able to pretty easily then get into an area where you see that there's a sign of a book under a passable tree that you could imagine is a willow, with the sign under the willow tree or above it.
Okay.
Enter the shop.
Slip inside.
It does have windows and curtains. It is a mix of, it's not particularly large, but it is well packed with like that thin hallway kind of feel. So it's a little tight if you were wide. Oh, you're okay still. You also did have the bit that while walking down the street that you see that while you were more abnormal, you are not the abnormal racism here. You see, similar to what Mark and Isabella saw, that you see that there are a few tieflings who are walking around. You see occasionally people who are very humanoid in shape but have skin colors that's reddish or blue, some that are a bit tanner or darker than others. You see elves of a couple of different varieties, for lack of a better term, although none who look like you, precisely. But ones that, with a cloak up, it's easy enough for a quick pass-by not to notice unless you're under scrutiny.
Yeah, the disheveled-looking cat.
Yeah. Give me a perception from you.
Both of us?
Twitch, mainly.
Now, will the cat get splashed with water?
Just kind of give head scritches right behind the ear.
Ah, fudge.
Renessa might do that at some point, just to warn you.
That's a nat one.
Nothing particular catches your eye as you're going.
I have hands.
I mean,
Dude. When I do this, I have two hands.
There's people with odd colored skin.
Well, realistically, I'm a cat. I have hands. I have claws. I have hands. I have claws. I have hands. I have claws.
Just a slight distraction there. But otherwise, you're able to get into the store and everything. There is like a neat little chime of a bell that rings as you open the door.
Okay.
And after sitting slightly off on the side, but within the walkable main area, again, kind of small and a little thin, but walkable with a small variety of books, like just from briefly reading names. But there's enough. Like it's not sparse or bare. You see that there is a elven man who's sitting over there, who gets up and goes, "Can I help either of you?"
she's gonna look around to make sure there's no other patrons around. Because
Oh, sorry, hitting things. There's one person who's just kind of like on off on the side a little bit, like flipping through something, but
I guess we can softly Giles sent us.
He like looks for a moment and like nods and says, "Of course, if you will just wait for a moment." And he gets up and walks over the gentleman and has a brief conversation with him of, "Are you interested?" And does a quick price and asks for and you see a quick transaction go through. Maybe not quite forcefully, but clearly in that mode of like, "I'm trying to get business done. Please stop reading. This is not a place to read."
Buy the books and read them at home.
Yes. And after a moment, holds him out and then turns towards you two while he's standing in the doorway, kind of blocking anybody who would just come in. Yes, can I? You are acquaintances of us.
Yes.
I'll start browsing around while they're talking.
There are a slight variety of books. It's not like, again, a well-equipped area. It's not a huge store. So
Right.
It would be a little bit, how lucky are you in the topic of what you...
I'm looking for just like general stuff on the area, like maybe a history of the country or a traveler's guide, something similar.
All right, roll for me an investigation.
Good idea. So we can learn more.
13.
All right. Yeah, you start perusing through and looking around while he is addressing Renessa. Is he looking to purchase supplies?
Yes, he needs more paper and ink.
He holds up a hand for a moment as he now crosses the room over towards the back area. You see kind of where he was sitting, he pulls a few books out and reaches behind and fiddles for a moment, just slightly out of an obvious view that you could make a perception if you wanted to. But otherwise, he fiddles for a moment, and then after a few more seconds, he pulls out. You cannot. You are looking for books.
Okay.
I was thinking about it, but then I'm like, nah.
And after a moment, he pulls out, you can see, too, that there's, a small stack of these thicker-looking, pieces of paper, even more so than, vellum, that he pulls out for a little bit, and after a few more moments, pulls out a little bit of ink that you can see is in different colors, not, traditional black or anything. Pulls it out to the side. Holds out his hand, starts putting that in a bag while holding out his hand.
Did he give you the gold or me? Or does it matter?
I think he gave me the gold.
I think he gave it to Twitch.
Twitch! The money!
Oh, yeah, here.
And then hands it over to him.
He kind of gives a quick funny eye to the whole situation, but opens it really quickly, looks inside, and then closes it back up while handing over to you. If Giles is looking for any more, tell him it will be at least a 10-day before I am able to accumulate any amount.
Of course.
Thank you. And then he kind of looks over towards Twitch and goes, "There's something precise I can help." And as about this time, you're starting to pick up, and you vaguely, you have that bit of not fully remembering what this area was called and everything, that you do find a book right away that you were in the process of picking up, which is it has a slightly grandiose titles that kind of caught your attention of the true conquerors of Nirabatan. That seemed like that was something you remember being the name of the area.
Right. It was just thinking of reading up a bit more on the great history of this land.
How far historically are we speaking? The God Wars, more recent.
Yes.
Just general. I don't really know the area's history that well.
He makes a quick hand flourish and says, that will certainly give you within this king's reign. If you're looking for a little bit older, he actually he's staying over towards where he is and reaches around for a book that was again kind of behind this area, and he goes, you're looking something on the previous rulers, and he pulls it out. Goes, this will be more of your liking, but a slight warning, it is not always appreciated in certain.
Okay.
But if you are looking for the God Wars, and he kind of holds that book slightly on the side, he's still holding on to it, but walks around and over and squeezes by you a little bit. Comes over and he pulls out a book called The Shattering of the Mountain, and holds it, and says, this would be about the God Wars, if that.
Okay. And how much would each of those be?
He kind of flips each one and goes, for the one you're holding, it is the cheapest. It's very recent and honestly a bit flourished for certain languages and sounds. For this here on the God War, 5 gold. Little much for normal people, but not many are interested. He holds up the last one, and he is like, this one, 7, only because it is a little rarer.
Okay.
Vanessa's just gonna kind of start looking at the girl while they.
So 14 for the total.
I think I might leave off on this one about the recent emperor. Seems a little flowery for my liking.
He nods with a smile and says, written by his cousin, if I recall the genealogy correctly. He takes it from you and pushes it back kind of where he found it.
But these other two sound interesting enough.
He holds the one over to you then for you to take.
Okay. And count out 12 gold?
Yes. Vanessa, what are you looking for? Or you were interested in?
Twitch is looking at stuff about land in general, the history.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look for that. She's kind of looking to see if she can find a book similar to what Reed was reading, or just in general, just something that catches her eye.
Roll an investigation for me.
Still trying to figure out what she would read. What?
Sea history, shanties.
Books on the sea. People add that to the list. And investigation, you said?
Yeah.
I don't have a bonus to that.
Some days it's just a d20 roll. You're just
books.
You're just no, there's so many choices that you just don't know where to start.
Oh, I hate that.
You're able to find that there's a bunch of the housewife kind of books. You find a cookbook, you find a book on pressing flowers, you find another cookbook, but then when you look at it again, you realize it's the same cookbook just twice in 2 different areas, which is the most annoying thing in a bookstore.
It is.
That you now just mentally in that way, just take it and move it back next to the other one. So now that they're back together,
which is what I would do actually.
Like, so it just, like, it bothers you for that moment, and it takes you back off that you then start reading back through, and then you find the same pressed flower book. But no, you realize it is the same pressed flower book. You just hit it again because you got distracted.
No. Reorganize everything.
Yeah, and then you're like, you start to like being like, I should reorganize everything. And as you like are getting through for the first like 2 or 3 books, all of a sudden the elf comes over and he's like, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. I got distracted because some of these got out of order, and that's what I was doing. I'm sorry. I was actually trying to look for something, but got distracted.
What?
Because
And like
there's so
he
many
does that.
books.
He does that little bit of like protectiveness as he steps now between you and the shelf, like edging his body in a little uncomfortably. To be like, what are you looking for? Perhaps I can help.
I apologize. A friend had a book. I can't remember I did catch the full title. Tales of something Tundra, and I was trying to find a similar book to that because they're recovering from an illness right now, so wanting to have something for them to read while they recover, and in general books on like the sea, different things like that.
He thinks for a moment and like slightly edges you off from your current area just in case you return to it, and goes over and looks a little bit through a shelf and pulls out after a moment the strange tales of the tundra. Goes, was this perhaps it? And you can see like it looks kind of similar. Again, it was a little hard to tell, and it is for the most part a solid covering of a slightly bluish color, similar to what you saw of the leaves that were out in the tundra while you were there, the bluish gray that it was.
That might be, yeah.
So you were looking for something similar.
I'll take that one too because it looks interesting.
He holds it up for a second and goes, it is 3 gold. And starts like looking around a little bit more. Are you interested in the unusual?
Yeah.
And as your friend here mentioned, kind of looking over it, you are not as familiar with the area.
No.
He goes off to a side and around a little bit and then pulls out a book, comes over and he says, and it is The Cursed Tower of Lyrenberg.
She doesn't react like that. This is me, like, out of character reacting like that because of stuff that I talked about previously.
Don't know what you're talking about. And holds it out and he says, if you are not familiar with the clock tower, it is a tale to read.
That sounds interesting.
5 gold.
Okay. Anything on books on like the sea, like ships or anything?
Forgive me. And he like goes back off, kind of similar in the area that you were a moment ago. Looks through a little bit.
So many options.
He like searches for a little bit, kind of looking around and goes, I'm afraid it's just not called for as much. The best I have, and he pulls out, is very general nautical knowledge. But if you're interested, and he like flips through for a little bit. 5 gold as well, but I could part with it.
Why not? If he doesn't want it, I'll take it.
He hands it. So 13 in total for your 3 books.
Okay. 13. Where do I put the gold on the sheet?
There's if you put your inventory in the program, then there is a tab for gear.
I found it. I randomly clicked on something and it popped up.
Yes, the internet occasionally works.
You said 13?
Yeah, for everything.
Okay. I have to open up a calculator because late at night I can't do math.
I am really loving the different tabs.
So it's got a built-in the currency bit in D&D Beyond has a built-in calculator.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look under the gold, there's like little boxes that you can
Okay.
input numbers into and then add and subtract from your total.
I
You
just
can
saw that
also,
Nice.
you can also
as I typed in the number from doing a math on a calculator. Anyway, math has been done. Gold has been paid.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's the important part.
it's all that matters.
I'm in bed cuddling.
Peddling
The
your
books about
recently repaired cloak.
Strange Tales of the Tundra. I'm actually writing these down so that way I can make sure they go in my inventory. What was the book on the clock tower?
The Cursed Tower of Liriburg. Liriburg. And a general nautical knowledge book.
I'm literally just titling a general nautical knowledge.
That is
So
really what it is.
So nautical knowledge for dummies.
Equivalent.
Nautical knowledge 101.
Yeah, 101.
We're in college.
Okay.
Books. We have our books. We have, and just remembering that she's going to tuck the stuff for Giles in her bag, but make sure like there's maybe a few things on top of it so that if anyone tries to do like a quick search through her bag, they wouldn't really find it easily.
Gotcha.
Like this is kind of protected stuff. Like
So I forgot to write them down. So it was the God Wars and
You got a book that is the history of the God Wars, which is called The Shattering of the Mountains. And then another book that you realize, like, looking at it, does not have a title on it. And it looks like it's been rebound. But you were told is a little bit on the previous, the history of the previous rule.
The half elf that got overthrown.
okay. Okay. So the God Wars one was the shattering of the
Mountain.
Sorry. Okay.
You're fine. Right. After a moment, he turns and says, "Is there anything else I can help you with?"
I believe that should be all for today. Thank you.
Thank you for your patronage. And does the, like, slight arm wave of leave.
She will nod and leave before she tries to rearrange his bookshelves anymore.
I'll follow Renessa out.
What else would you like to accomplish out on your shopping event?
Do you do the cat thing of knock a book over, like, as you leave?
No.
No, that was probably already a weird encounter for him in general. So let's not make it even worse.
Yeah. We don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves.
More than already probably is towards us.
I mean, we already had a half-elf and a human wearing fedoras with feathers go walking around town spending lots of gold. Like,
But are you a 7-foot cat?
you're not wrong.
Sorry, Twitch.
The thing is I am wearing peasant clothes pretty much. So
It's a little,
I'm at least
a little raggedy, a little harsh looking.
Yeah. So it's not like this is
A
a
naked cat.
strange foreigner. or like an adventure necessarily.
How many times do you come across anyone that's 7 feet tall?
Yeah.
Every family
It's
reunion.
this is a weird guy, but they're not a rich weird guy.
Fair. I kind of now want to see him dressed up kind of like Robin Hood with a giant feather out of a hat too.
Puss in Boots?
Oh no.
Oh god.
Massively tall boots.
Oh, that'd be
They
hilarious.
have to, they have
I
to
do
cover
have
you like
decent
a-
charisma.
This is true.
Do it. Anyway, what more do we want to get? Renessa wants to look at some more healing stuff in general because she seems to have, I don't know, either misplaced or used up in general before we got transported here what she did have.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I-
might
Go ahead. Go ahead.
and I might be interested in acquiring a shield.
Okay. Be looking. I have a mini request that it has just been pointed out to me that it's
yes, it is.
so.
Yes.
Think a little bit, if you're okay, with what you guys want to finish up your shopping with, of which we will finish up next week. And we will end tonight.
Okay.
As a meta thing, I have an extra shield that you have seen that I do not use.
But I do
Just
not
saying.
know that you do not use it.
So,
You've seen him fight.
You've seen me
Every
fight.
time
I've seen him fight with the glaive, but I don't know that he doesn't use his shield.
I don't have any other weapons to use with a shield.
but we don't know that.
Just saying. You could ask.
Either way, we'll plan a
Mhm.
little bit for the rest of shopping and finish up there.
Mm-hmm.
And pick back up next week with everything, and we'll see how figuring out gambling debts work with maybe splitting the party or not. We will still see.
We'll see.
Shall stab someone.
All right. On the notes of we will stab somebody, I would like to thank everybody for sticking around for episode 3 of A Call to Rising. I hope you have enjoyed everything. Please stay tuned for, well, there's nothing else tonight / this morning for On Welcome to the Party, but do check out some of our other shows, such as Dungeon Dark Days, as well as Shadowrun's New Atlantis. Check out our Discord as well as our Twitch. No, we're on Twitch. This is why I need to get going. My brain just started to all of a sudden be like, it's midnight. Why aren't you asleep? Twitter. Both of the links are below. Again, we would also like to thank our sponsors, Devin Rue and her wonderful maps, as well as the awesome dice that you can get at... I don't want to call them Awesome Loot. I always just want to call them awesomeloot.com. It's not that. Tabletoploot.com. There we go. But the dice are really awesome and really pretty looking. Otherwise, please, everybody have a really great night. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we should be back next Saturday. Bye.
Bye.